coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm with you here on No Soundbites Allowed. It's May 10th at 2:32 p.m. We're right on time, and I want to thank everyone for joining us. I hope all of the mothers that are watching the program or may see it later, I hope they're all having a wonderful day. If you're a mom and or you know your mom would normally watch the program and she's not able to, I hope that's because you're taking out to lunch or to dinner. Do pass on my good well wishes to each and every mom out there across the world, especially, and first of all, my mom. Mom, I hope you're having a wonderful day. I hope you're having a great time out with one of my sisters right now. I want to have fun. Just take it easy, okay? All right. And with that said, we want to talk about a lot of things that are going on today. There's just so much happening. And, well, I was just listening to Bill Maher talking to John Fetterman, and he was talking to Dan Crenshaw, the former member of Congress, Donna Brazile. Very interesting conversation. I may cover that separately later in the week. But there's a lot of news out there. What's happening with Iran right now? There's some new news that is coming about that may have a significant impact in the next week or so. There is some news that have come out about Kathy Hochul, about illegal immigration here in the United States and in New York. We have some information. We want to follow up on Representative Jayapal and what she said. There's breaking news on AOC and some of her most recent comments, which are astounding because the woman is an idiot. It just never ceases to amaze me how dumb some of the things that AOC says can be, and the fact that she's moving up the political ladder with these insanely stupid statements that she's been making. And yet, Democrats are more than happy to applaud her about this. They are more than happy to potentially see her become a member of Congress. Not a member of Congress. Senate, potentially a member of the Senate, and or running for president. It astounds me. But yet, that is the case at this moment. So these are shocking bits of news. And by the way, we're trying to get connected to Instagram for our live stream. And for some reason, that is just not going through. I do not know why. We're just trying to make sure that they can see us, having some trouble getting the Instagram audience in with us. So we have a bunch of news there, but there is some other breaking news. We often like to debunk on this channel because we believe in free speech. We believe in the truth. We provide you with facts, and then from those facts, we try to understand both how did we get to this point, and also where are we going next? What are the consequences of these actions? And as we see over and over and over again, the left hate to talk about the consequences of their policies. They don't like to look forward. Many politicians, for that matter, don't want to discuss the consequences of what they have done. And so we always like to try and address that. But at the same time, we want to debunk some of the insane things that are being said across this nation that really, really deserve to be brought up. And one of the things I wanted to debunk for you guys, you may see this here. And this is, you can see this on Facebook right now. Nope, that's not coming up larger. What I'm talking about is this image here, I'm trying to make it look bigger. Here we go. There we go. So what you see in front of you is a document that says that tattoos will become illegal in the New York State in 2028. Now, this is very similar to an actual bill that was passed in England that said that if you were born after 2008, you will not be able to buy tobacco products, whether it's vaping and or whether it's just a cigarette. You will not have the right to make that choice in your life. The government of England has made that choice for its citizens. It has denied them freedom. And that is really scary, because we see in America, many of the progressives and socialists love to point to things that have happened in Europe and in the United Kingdom and say, we need to copy that for here in the United States. Except in the United States, we have the absolute right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are our individual, innate choices, not a choice for the government, whether it's the president or the Congress. They do not get to choose that for us. But in England, they don't have that right. In Europe, the rest of the world, they don't have that right. So when we see something like this that says if you have a tattoo, or if you wish to get a tattoo, well, that will become illegal. That is government overriding individual rights. And this comes at the same time that we have Zoran Mandami, the mayor of New York, who is saying, oh, no, you have to understand, there is no problem in your life that government cannot resolve. That government must be involved and micromanage your life. That is Zoran Mandami's guiding principles. And that's terrifying, quite honestly. It's incredibly terrifying. So what do we do about that when we see that? And then we think about things like the Obamacare, which is government interfering with your life. They're micromanaging your health care, that the government gets to decide whether or not you get this type of health care or that type, or what you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for other people's health care that you personally don't need. It's a troubling trend, and something we've called out on this channel many, many times. So when we see something like this, it causes pause. And for many people across America that are saying, oh, well, I don't want to get the jab, a medical injection of a serum that is untested, that has not been proven to be effective. We don't even know what all the side effects are. So in this kind of an environment, when you see something like this, many people get very, very upset. Here's the thing. That's a lie. This is a lie. And anyone who's putting that out there is not looking out for your best interest. They're trying to manipulate you, either because they willfully want to manipulate you into get a political agenda of their own, or they are ignorant of the reality and they didn't bother to take the time to double check to find out what in fact is the truth. They would rather just parrot anything that they've heard and spread the news, the disinformation and misinformation to you. So we want to debunk this because this is a blatant lie. Supposedly, this was passed on May 14th, 2024. There is no legislation that was passed in 2024 that will take place in 2028. It doesn't work that way in New York politics, nor in the politics of the United States. That's your first clue. This isn't real. Nor will Kathy Hochul and the Democrats of New York State with their single party rule. They have a lot of policies that are stupid, and they will present them as if they are in your best interest, but they never put out headlines like this. That is ridiculous. It is fake. Now, the easiest way to double check that, of course, is you could just go over and you can type it into Google search and say, tattoo will be illegal, New York State. Simple thing. Just put it into your browser and say, hey, are tattoos illegal? Will they become illegal? Now, there is a time from about 1961 to about 1979, as I recall, perhaps a little bit later, that tattoos were in fact illegal in New York State. That's true. And there are restrictions on who can get a tattoo. You have to be over 18. Fair enough. But if you didn't want to do that, or perhaps you didn't know, you can actually go to New York State and look up the bill. And this is something I recommend to people to do on a regular basis. I do this on a regular basis. If you hear someone talk about a bill and you want to find out more details, and again, this is a way to find out if someone is lying to you, if they're spreading around false information. When you ask them, what is the bill number? What is the legislation? It's in the state of New York, then it should have a bill number. If it's in Congress, it has a bill number like HR, whatever the number may be. Or from the Senate, it will be S whatever. And in this case, it's the New York State Senate. They're, according to the false document and those who are parroting this false lie, it's Bill S1126, S1126. But if you look up Bill S1126 that would have been effective in 2024, well, the bill you get here is a bill that relates to the referral of annexation of petitions. This is a bill about election law. It has nothing to do, as you can see here, this has nothing to do with tattoos. It's about petitions and petitioning. It's part of the change in gerrymandering of New York State, trying to make things more difficult for third parties and Republicans to be able to put candidates on the ballot. So that isn't what they just said. It has nothing to do with tattoos. It's a lie. But you say, Mike, but that was in 2024. Isn't there a bill that came out since that time? Perhaps that's something more recent. Well, here's the more recent bill, and you can see it for yourself right here. This is from 2025. This is a bill, S1126, and it directs the Department of Environmental Conservation to conduct a study of ecological restoration of Jamaica Bay. This is about cleaning up the waterways in New York State. Simple enough. By the way, this was vetoed by Kathy Hochul. So the proposal was, let's at least study and find out how to clean up the water in New York State, in New York City. And Kathy Hochul said no. So for all those environmentalists that are like, Democrats are the best and Democrats are going to clean New York, and New York is an environmental fanatical state, not as much as you think it is. Because I know it didn't get a lot of fanfare. It's not something that the average person is paying attention to. But if you're an eco-fanatic, Democrats just shot down your idea. Democrats shot down the idea of making Jamaica Bay cleaner. All right. But again, this is not a bill that has to deal with tattoos. There has never been a bill dealing with tattoos or discrimination. Now, there are a lot of discrimination laws, and those discrimination laws do include non-discrimination of someone who has tattoos. And as someone who has 4 tattoos myself, I know a lot of people are surprised. Mike, you have tattoos? Yeah, I got a huge tattoo on my back. Big, huge tattoo on my back, as well as a tattoo on my chest and on both my arms. Yeah, I have tattoos, both from the military and afterwards. And some people would discriminate because of that. And there are laws to prevent that discrimination. Now, I say this to remind people, if it sounds like it's not true, if it reads like it's not true, if it doesn't read like something that is an official document, double check. You can go to Google, and if you don't trust Google, go to the original source, just like I did. And all you have to do is check out, oh, this is supposed to be Bill S1126. Type in. All you have to do is in your browser, search engine, or chat GPT, whatever you want to use, and just type in what is the language, what is the bill, S1126, New York State. You'll get the link. This is our public documents, and you'll find out exactly what its status is. You'll see whether it was passed or if it wasn't, if it was vetoed by the governor, and therefore highlights the fact that she's not quite as environmentalist as she likes to say and virtue signal, or it passed. It'll give you all the information. So I just wanted to put that out there, that people need to be aware that there are people out there who will take advantage of you for their own political gain. And why would they lie about a bill? Well, maybe they want you to vote for a Republican or a third party. Maybe they want to push an agenda and say, oh no, we need to have more environmentalism, or we don't like those type of people who get tattoos. Many of the people who have tattoos these days are people who served in the military, like myself. Some of them are young individuals who get them in college because it's a fun thing to do nowadays. It's part of a more progressive society. And we see that being more common. When I was growing up, if you weren't in the military or you weren't a prisoner, you didn't have a tattoo. Nowadays, everyone has a tattoo. It's lost a lot of its meaning and individualism. But that being said, there's always an ulterior motive. And if these groups that have these ulterior motives, if they can get you into one idea, then they can start introducing other ideas that are part of their political agenda. Well, if you're opposed to this, maybe you would agree with us that you should oppose this other thing. And now they have a political power that they didn't have before because they lied to you in the first place. Donate to my candidate who's not a real candidate. There's a lot of ways they would use this against you. And so that's why we want to bring that up. We think you deserve to know the truth. And when we can debunk something that is obviously not in your best interest, we will do so. I want to show this off. And this is from Chuck. We have a comment from Chuck. He says, "Hi, Mike. Checking in as I run errands in Daytona Beach. Have a great show." Well, I'm going to definitely try. And I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for checking in from Daytona Beach. Everyone is welcome to check in. If you're on Instagram, X, Rumble, YouTube, Facebook, we want to hear your voice. We want to hear from you. We look forward to hearing you guys. You can always leave a comment. And if you really want, you can put in a super chat or a Rumble rant. It helps the channel pay for all of our bills, and we would appreciate that greatly. Not an obligation, not a requirement, but we would appreciate that. But whether you agree or not with anything that we say, if there's something that you think, breaking news or otherwise, that you want to address, you want to ask a question, put it in the comments. I'm happy to respond to each and every one of you. So with that said, so I think I've covered that. I'm going to try and let's try and reconnect here Why is Instagram not letting me? Oh, man. Come on, Instagram. Instagram just does not want to let me simulcast this. I don't know why. So, nope, they're just not letting me do it. Okay, that being said. So, I wanted to cover that a little bit. It's a side note, maybe means nothing to a lot of people, maybe it did. But that's some of the breaking news out there. In addition to that, I wanted to talk about something that is also breaking news. A lot of people may not have heard about this. So, the United States, Donald Trump, have been continuing to try and get a ceasefire and eventually a peace deal with Iran. More importantly, in the very short term, we are trying to reopen the Strait of Hormuz to allow the 20% of global oil that has been held up to be able to get out to help many of the countries, third world nations, that are in desperate need. That would be most of Africa, Southeast Asia, Australia to an extent, that we're trying to make sure that all of the goods that could be going through the Red Sea, going out into the rest of the world, should be going out there. Iran continues to blackmail the world. They're holding the world hostage to bow to the whims of the Ayatollah and the IRGC because they support terrorism. In fact, they want a $2 million per vessel toll to be paid so that ships can get through. And that money will be used to fund Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and other terrorist organizations around the world to attack and kill anyone and everyone that does not believe what the Ayatollah believes. That's just the simple truth of it. And I know that many of the leftists, especially if you went to Harvard or Columbia, maybe Binghamton University, you probably think, well, no, that's a good thing. No, it's not. The terrorism there will be used against you as fast as it will be used against anyone else. Remember, the Ayatollah not only hates Americans, he hates leftist Americans even more. If you believe in trans rights, you believe in people being gay, if you believe in women being able to drive or have a job, the Ayatollah hates you. The Ayatollah would want to kill you. And they do in Iran. They do throw gay people off of buildings. They do stone women to death for having been sexually assaulted. So that's who you're rooting for if you're rooting against the United States. You're actually supporting the terrorism that would actually kill you and your ideology if they could. And the only ones stopping that are the conservatives in America, quite honestly. So Donald Trump did propose, sent out a proposal, as we see here from The Guardian, a one-page, 14-point memo, essentially saying the things that we know that, as we covered, opening up the Strait of Hormuz to allow free shipping, for Iran to back down, to give up its nuclear material, and to have an agreement that they will never try to gain a nuclear weapon, which is unacceptable for the entire world. That's just a fact. And we know that Iran has received it, they have acknowledged it, and they have sent a response. Now, as of the start of this show, we do not know what was Iran's response. We know that Pakistan has been the mediator. In fact, that means China. China has been mediating through Pakistan. They have received a response from Iran to the United States. It is my impression, and this is my guess at this point, that Iran has rejected almost every single point that Donald Trump and the United States have offered. And I believe that Iran will not allow the Strait of Hormuz to be opened up. What they will probably, and again, I am guesstimating here based on the words of Iran to date, that they have said, well, the United States must end the blockade of Iran first, which is unacceptable. The reason why the United States is blockading Iranian vessels is to make sure that Iran, Pakistan, and China suffer in the same way that every other nation on the face of the earth is suffering. To make sure that Iran is not able to gain funding so that they can continue this war and holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage. That China will not be able to get additional fuel that they want for their navy that they wish to use to influence Southeast Asia. This is a big deal. And most people don't talk about that. You don't hear this in CNN. You don't hear this on MS Now or ABC. They don't want to have you think about this, that there is a plan to what is happening right now, that there are very simple and very obvious goals of the Trump administration throughout this process, and that it is a net benefit to the United States and the world for this conflict to go on. And literally, it should have happened long before now, but it is happening now. And so, again, what you will see here is very simply, and now they've put it behind the paywall, of course, but the article does state simply that Iran has responded. There has been no answer at this point, and we can only speculate. Again, I think what you will hear is Iran will say that the United States must stand down, that the blockade of Iranian ships and Iranian, Chinese, and Pakistani ships must be lifted, that the United States must stop the war, stop their fighting, and do not attack any Iranian ships even when they are fired upon, and basically to acknowledge that Iran has won. That's basically what Iran wants to hear. They're going to get none of that. That is not going to happen. Now, Iran, in the meantime, has been reigniting the conflict. Iran has fired on the United Arab Emirates and tried to blow up their fuel, their tankers and oil supplies and civilians, which is unacceptable. That is an act of terror. Now, why is Iran attacking the United Arab Emirates? Because they hate them. Because the UAE does not believe what the Ayatollah believes. And so they want to attack them. The UAE has been working with the United States, along with Oman and Saudi Arabia, and pretty much almost all of the Middle East, because they don't like Iran either. They do not believe in the Ayatollah or what he stands for. So they're aligning with the United States. That makes them a target. Again, this reinforces Iran believes in terror, and they will use force and terror to get whatever they can. That's what this war is really about. That's what this entire conflict is truly about. And the mainstream news media doesn't want you to think about that, because if you did, you would understand that the president is actually doing what he should do to protect the United States' interests globally and domestically. And therefore, you might vote Republican in 2026 in the midterm elections. That's what this has been about. Iran cannot win against the United States militarily, and they know it. Yes, they can fight a war with the UAE. Yes, they can fight a war with Saudi Arabia. They can hold their own against other Middle Eastern nations. They cannot beat the United States. Therefore, they're fighting politically with the United States. Iran is trying to gain the sympathies of the progressives and the socialists, the same people that were supporting Hamas in its terrorism and its terror tactics. They're trying to get those same people to put pressure on during the 2026 midterm elections on Republicans, and therefore putting pressure on Donald Trump. That's their goal. And the more that they can put that pressure internationally on Donald Trump and the Republican Party, they think that America will back down, and therefore Iran will win, because they assume that Donald Trump and Republicans are just like Joe Biden and Democrats, that they will cave at any political pressure. And because Democrats absolutely want to win the next election eternally, They will do nothing to risk the next election. Donald Trump isn't in that position. He's already a lame duck president. From the day that he won the election, he is a lame duck. He cannot run for the presidency again. So a lot of the, how can we say, the political pressure that many presidents endure, Donald Trump doesn't have. He has an agenda and he has very limited time to get it through. Political pressure isn't really a factor in his decisions. And Republicans are doing actually rather well in the midterm elections. We'll talk more about that in a little bit. But at this moment, I would strongly suggest, and I believe, that 2 weeks ago, you would have seen, if you asked anyone and if you asked for a prediction, I have said as of 2 weeks ago that, well, it's about +3 for Democrats, that the House would turn Democrat by 3 seats. Now, at this moment, I believe you're looking at Republicans winning the midterm elections, maintaining control of the House and the Senate, and the House will be held by Republicans by 2 seats. It's a very thin margin, but it is a significant one. And the closer that we get to the Strait of Hormuz opening up, the more likely that is going to be the outcome. Iran knows that, and so they want to push it back as much as possible, trying to eat away at that most likely, that probable outcome. That's what I believe is happening internationally. Some people may disagree. If you think I am wrong, tell me why. If you think I've misunderstood something on the international scene, please do explain why. I think this is the most rational understanding of what is happening right now. It is not so much a military conflict as it is a political one with an economic basis as well, which is the oil and the blockade. So we're really fighting an economic and a political war, not a military one. And I think people misunderstand that. And I think that changes a lot when you understand that factor. All right, that being said, let me see. By the way, let me see if I can fix this. So we cannot get, all right. Bear with me, folks. I was trying my very best. Trying my very, very best. Give me a second here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. What? 1 second. 1 second. I am trying. Well, no, that's just no. Okay, fine. I was trying to fix the Instagram. Again, we qualified. We have over 1,000 followers on Instagram. And so I was trying my very best to provide Instagram with the live stream, and Instagram is denying me for some reason. They refuse. So there is that. And links to everything that we're speaking about will be made available to the audience at the end of the show so that you'll be able to see all of that. I think another very important news story internationally that is coming up is with the other war that is going on right now. That's the Ukraine-Russia war. Very big deal, very important to talk about. Now, I know it's gone out of fashion for some time, and most people have not been talking about it, though they should. But we see that this is coming from The Guardian. And also, they're saying that Putin has suggested that the Ukraine war is winding down, but there is a long way to go to peace. Essentially, he is suggesting, as he did in 2025 to President Trump, that he is willing to start the process to get a ceasefire with Ukraine. That is important and significant. Now, we saw that this was something that was done in 2025, right after Donald Trump took office. And it was moving forward with some credibility and with some strength right up until the April conversation between Donald Trump and the Ukrainian president Vladimir Zelensky. And Zelensky had just talked with Democrats in the United States Congress, and they had assured him that Zelensky should play hardball. He should embarrass the United States president in the White House, demanding more money and more guarantees. And he was there to sign a deal with the United States, guaranteeing that the United States would rebuild the infrastructure of the Ukraine. And this was a key component of getting Putin and Russia to back down, to start a ceasefire and to work out the final terms. Now, this would have also meant last year in April, it would have meant that the eastern portion of the Ukraine, the southern portion of the Ukraine, would go to Russia, that Russia would have a continuous control over the eastern portions of the Ukraine, connecting to the south, allowing Russia to have access to the Black Sea and therefore to the Mediterranean. It would have allowed Russia to have a very strong hold on some of the farmlands, the fertilizer, and rare earth metals that are found in the Ukraine that makes it one of the breadbaskets of the entire world. So that would have reduced a lot of the national GDP, the income and the products that Ukraine is known for. But most of Ukraine, 3/4 of it, would have remained Ukrainian. But they would have lost a lot of heavy metals, fertilizer, and farmland. Zelensky wanted to get greedy. And that resulted in the very embarrassment of being kicked out of the White House, the deal not moving forward, Zelensky running over to Europe, and Europe, which had been also, just like Democrats here in the United States, were promising Zelensky that Donald Trump would bend the knee, found out that Europe wasn't going to replace the United States. They weren't going to step up. They guaranteed that they would protect the Ukraine as long as the United States did. As long as the United States said they were going to protect the Ukraine, then Europe would guarantee it too. England would guarantee it too. But none of them would say they would protect and support the Ukraine without the United States. So Zelensky lost. He lost the United States. The Democrats abandoned him, and Europe abandoned him. He had nothing. That stopped the ceasefire and peace talks with Russia, because Russia, seeing that impediment, said this is an opportunity. And Russia then went into an offensive and started to take more ground, more territory and more ground in the Ukraine. And they increased the death toll in the Ukraine. And they have pushed forward since then. This is a war of attrition. And Russia will win that war of attrition. It has nothing to do with whether the Ukrainians are good people or bad people. It has nothing to do with their government and how corrupt it may or may not be. It has nothing to do with anything beyond the fact that Russia has more resources, it has more people, it has more time. It can keep fighting this war for an extended period of time. And Ukraine, because of a lack of resources, a lack of human beings able to fight, has a far, far less time frame. They lose. And while Russia may lose 1,000 people at the same time that Ukraine loses 1,000 people, Ukraine has less people available. Russia has what? Millions available. And the Ukraine has hundreds of thousands. Every time Ukraine loses its people, they don't have anyone to replace them. Russia does. So this is a war of attrition, and Putin recognized that. So in 2025, he stopped talking about peace and just pushed forward with the war. That was a consequence of Democrats and Europeans miscalculating Donald Trump, his resolve, as well as what were the actual consequences of their words. What were the real world results of their bad political decisions, partisan political decisions. Well, here it is. We're now a year later. Russia has gained some more ground. They've also lost some more people. The war is continuing. But again, Putin is coming to the United States, to President Trump, and saying, let's talk about it again. Let's start this peace process. Let's have a ceasefire. Let's have that conversation once more. Again, this isn't the Ukraine suggesting it. This is Russia suggesting it, which means there is room to negotiate. It is possible that we can convince, if Russia is willing to stop, then that means the war ends, essentially. We are back at the same position we were in 2025. Zelensky must agree. The United States must support this and give the opportunity for Russia to stop. Now, that means that Russia will keep what it has won. The eastern portion of the Ukraine will go to Russia. There will be a connection between eastern Ukraine and southern Ukraine, the Crimea, that will be controlled by Russia. They will have access to the Black Sea and therefore to the Mediterranean. They will gain a bunch of the rare earth metals, farmland, and fertilizer that they've always wanted. It is not a perfect solution. Ukraine will not get to take all of that back. They will not be paid reparations for the war. Basically, Ukraine gets to continue to exist and they will be limping, and Russia will gain all of the prizes that they have fought over. Is that a good deal? No, it is not a good deal. It is bad for the Ukraine. But realistically, it's the best case scenario at this time. Unless all of Europe and the United States want to put their troops into the Ukraine and actively join in the fighting, which would instantly escalate the fighting and draw in China into the fight, unless you want to see that happen, and no one in the world does, then this is the scenario that is the best case. It sucks to be a Ukrainian. Yes, your nation will be cut up. Yes, you will have taken a loss, but you will be alive. That is the choice that faces the Ukraine. And yes, in 20 years, maybe a little bit less, Russia will once again try and take over the rest of the Ukraine. That is something that has happened historically for the last 400 to 600 years, that Russia will try and take over the Ukraine, as they always have under the czars. This is something that they were constantly fighting over as well. This is not new historically. And in 20 years, if we are to get a ceasefire and a peace deal today, within 20 years, this war will reignite. But that gives the Ukraine 20 years to build up its defense, to rebuild its military, to just rebuild its population, to have its refugees that have gone across the world to come back home, to rebuild their lands, if at all possible, and to rebuild their nation economically as well as the infrastructure. They will have an opportunity, and maybe in 20 years, maybe Europe will be able to defend itself. Maybe the United States will be in a better position to take on Russia. A lot of maybes, but it is something that could happen and probably will happen, and they can be better prepared for it, which they were not when this started under the Biden-Harris administration, because Joe Biden was weak. That's the situation in Russia right now. I don't know. Maybe not everyone agrees with me. Maybe people will say, Mike, I hate Russia. I hate Russia too. I hate the communists. I hate the socialists. I do not like Putin. who is an old school communist, grew up, was trained by the Soviet Union. I've seen the Soviet Union. I lived in the Soviet Union. I understand the kind of repressive nature that Putin grew up under and then exploits now on his people. I get it. I want them to lose. I want Putin to be deposed, but that's not realistic. That's not happening. Whether we want it to happen, whether it should happen, it is not happening. That is the facts as they stand at this moment. And with that knowledge, we must make the best decisions we possibly can to get the best outcome that we can. That means ceasefire. That means Ukraine has to give up some of its land. And there are those who will say, but Mike, that means that Ukraine will never be able to pay back its loans to the United States and or Europe. We were never going to get that money anyway. Ukraine has never had the capability or the capacity to pay off the United States all the loans that were made under the Biden administration alone. That they have absolutely no capability of paying off Europe on the loans and the supplies that have been provided to Ukraine since 2022. It's not possible. They don't have the industry. They don't have the resources. It's just never, it was never going to happen. So throw that out the window. That's not an argument. That's not a matter of discussion. It's immaterial. The best that we can do is what Donald Trump did eventually get after April 2025, which was the agreement between the United States and Ukraine that of the remaining rare earth metals that are in the Ukraine, the United States has some a proportion of those minerals, those resources that are desperately needed. And the United States, the economic boost to the United States is not just getting those metals, but that we would be using our technology, our personnel, to rebuild the infrastructure of the Ukraine, which they desperately need, and building the industry, the mining industry that Ukraine desperately needs with the manpower that they desperately need to be able to get to those rare earth metals. Now, that is good for U.S. economy. That is manpower, that is business and development, expansion. It is great for the United States. It helps the Ukraine. It is good as a long-term goal. That's the best case scenario that we can see right now. And I think that we should be encouraging the Trump administration to take advantage of this open hand being offered by Putin. And people who are saying, well, Putin evil, they are ignorant of that has nothing to do with the geopolitical reality that we're dealing with. Is Putin a bad guy? Yes. That doesn't end the war. Joe Biden had the worst way of looking at this. He goes, I'm going to tell Putin that he is a killer to his face. That's what he said on NBC News to Lester Holt. When it came down to it, did Joe Biden do that? No. Why? Well, besides the fact that Joe Biden isn't the tough guy that he wanted some Democrats to believe that he was, in addition to that, it doesn't help. It doesn't get you a peace deal. It doesn't get a ceasefire. Joe Biden was weak and trying to assert himself as a weak individual who is only concerned about the next election, and Putin, knowing that full well, got nothing done. That is what you would expect, and that is exactly what happened. Donald Trump is not that weak president. And we do have different leverage points now than what we had under the Biden-Harris administration. I cannot see a reason why Donald Trump would not use the opportunity as he was trying to do in 2025. And I can only pray and suggest to the Democrats in the United States Congress, whether it's in the House or the Senate and both, to actually instead of getting in the way of Donald Trump, instead of saying orange man bad, and therefore anything that Trump does, they try to stop and blockade and to cause to fail, rather than trying to engineer a failure for Donald Trump so that it would be a political win in the elections, rather than being short-sighted, I would recommend to the Democrats to work with Donald Trump for the best interest of the United States. And in this case, again, for the best interest of the planet. It is in the best interest of Europe, our allies, and the world that the Ukraine-Russia war ends. And there are compromises that are to be made there. But the only person that Putin is willing to even have the conversation with is the United States. France has tried. He laughed in Macron's face, literally. The European Union has tried. He has ignored them. England, Keir Starmer was a laughing stock before. And at the moment, Keir Starmer is about to be kicked out of the prime minister seat in England. There is a full-scale revolt in England right now. The Labour Party has lost hundreds of seats. They have been decimated as a political party in all of England. So obviously, Keir Starmer is not in a position, and England is not in a position to negotiate instead of the United States. The only nation that has the respect and the power and the leverage to be able to talk with Putin about having a ceasefire is the United States. And obviously, Putin doesn't care about Zelensky. He doesn't like him. They don't have a good relationship, and they would shoot each other if they could. So therefore, it's not like Putin can talk directly to Zelensky. He considers Zelensky as an upstart and something beneath him. The United States, according to Putin, is at least equal, and realistically, he knows the United States is superior to Russia. Therefore, he will negotiate to some degree with the United States that he won't do with Ukraine. We have to take advantage of this leverage and this position that we have, because Europe cannot do it, England cannot do it. You're never going to hear Canada or Brazil, Portugal have all offered to try. They have all failed. There's only one nation in the world and only one president in the world that can get this done. We need to support him in getting that done. And Democrats need to get out of the way. You can scream orange man bad on some other policy, on some other issue, because you've been screaming orange man bad for over a decade, for 12 years now. So you can pick something else. It's not like you have a lack of subjects to scream orange man bad about. Get out of the way on this negotiation with Russia and the Ukraine and allow this war to end. That's what they should do. If anyone disagrees with me, I would love to hear it. If you think I'm wrong, tell me how. But my analysis of the last, and doing political commentary and geopolitics for 20 years, that's what I see as the reality at this moment. You can tell me, Mike, you disagree. Tell me why. Not saying I'm perfect, but that's the best case scenario that we have going forward at this moment. I don't see another path forward. By the way, if there is any elected Democrat, Richie Torres, the congressman for the New York 15th district, he is my congressman. Richie Torres, if you want to come on and explain why you think I'm wrong, if you do, I'd be happy to have you on. I'll give you 12 hours live, no edits. You can tell me exactly why you think I'm wrong. I don't think you will, because I don't think you believe that I am wrong. I will open it up to AOC, New York 14th district, right next to my congressional district. If she wants to come on and try and explain why her communist socialist ideology is so much better and will result in peace, please, let's have that conversation. Again, I will give you 12 hours to go through this in detail. I don't think she will, because she doesn't even know what the issues are. She is ignorant of that. She's proven that at the Munich Security Conference that she has no idea what she's talking about. But I open it up to any Democrat, any elected Democrat across America. They never take it up, but the offer is there. All right. So I've covered that a little bit, actually a lot. There we go. So, did I want to talk about? No, I want to talk about this first. So let me switch gears a little bit and talk about something a little bit different. Something that probably didn't get a lot of attention. And this is coming from Forbes magazine. And Forbes says Google is going in and reading your emails. Oh, you didn't know that? And this is something that a lot of people have talked about on and off over the last several years. The growth of the intrusion of tech companies into your privacy. I know back in 2011, was it? Back a few years ago, maybe even 2018, I caught Facebook when they were using their agreement that we all sign to join Facebook. And in that agreement, in one of the most recent updates, they have a section in there that says, hey, you give Facebook the right to turn on your cell phone or your computer at any time, to turn on the microphone and or the camera and allow them to observe and to record whatever's going on, whatever they overhear. And I caught them doing that, and I did present that. I believe it was in 2011. And they've done that many times since then. And in the same way that Facebook was spying on its users, and it's part of their user agreement, by the way, and you can turn that off, but you have to go into the user agreement. There's you have to go into 3 subset sections to find the one item to turn that off. They make it difficult. But this is something we're seeing across the entire tech industry. You have Alexa, and this is now well understood. Initially, it was told, oh, you're just being a paranoid. But we know for a fact that Alexa, and we know this is true now, Alexa listens to you, and it records, and it then plans and sets the algorithm for ads that you will receive. Your phone does that as well. It listens to you, and it will set and send you algorithmic ads depending on what it hears at any given moment that it's spying on you. So we're seeing this as a commonplace part of modern technology. Google is expanding that spyware, that approved and allowed spyware, and they are now going into your Gmail account and they have their bots reading every single email, what you sent out and what you received, and it's reading it all. Now, according to Google, they say that they are not saving that information, that their bots are going in, they read your information, and they forget about it instantly. But that's not true. That's not correct. What they're doing is they're changing the algorithm assigned to you. So it doesn't matter if Google remembers and has on hand everything that you said, which I believe they do. But even if they didn't, they've already used the information to bias you, to use it as a tool to make money for Google. They're already marketing you. They're already figuring out a way to better sell products to you that is abusive, and it is intrusive, and it is not something that you ever agreed to. No one ever signed, well, maybe it's in the user agreement when you open up a Gmail account, but no one willingly and knowingly says, yes, explicitly, I want Google to go into my Gmail account and to read every single email that I have. No one has ever explicitly said, yes, that's what I want you to do. And that has become even worse now that Microsoft and Google Chrome are, their AIs are going into your data to find out more about you so that they can sell that. They are mining all of your information, everything that you do using Chrome, using Microsoft and its Copilot, that you're using their AIs to find out how to sell products to you and how to modify the way you behave through algorithms by changing what you are able to access and what you get to see when you go and do a search, when you go and try and find products, when you're just trying to hear news. They are banning quietly in the shadows. They are banning certain sites, making it harder for you to find certain types of information. They are putting in front of you other things that are more beneficial, more ads, more products that are working with Google, that are working with Chrome. They are manipulating you. There's no simpler way to say it. And whether or not they keep that information, and I do believe, I strongly believe that if you are a person of interest, you're a political candidate, you're an elected official, you're someone in a position of any kind of influence, that they are definitely saving your specific information and they're keeping it. They're not just reading it and forgetting and changing the algorithm because, well, maybe you're vegan and you eat more vegetables, so they're going to send you more whole organic food ads than they would give to the next guy. No, they're going to keep that information. They're going to find out. And God forbid if you happen to be Billy Joel and you like to roll around in lettuce while you are with your significant other. Yes, that's actually true. Billy Joel did, in fact, do that. That was part of his divorce. It came out in that divorce that, yes, he likes to be with his significant other while rolling around in lettuce. I don't get it. It's a weird fetish. It's just what's out there. But anyway, so they hold that information and they keep it because they never know when they might need to use it. I truly believe that that is happening. Google denies it. Chrome denies it. Microsoft Copilot denies that they do these things. I do not agree. And we now know they are reading your Gmail. Forbes has brought that forward. They are reading your Gmail. Now that you know, I don't know what you want to do with that information. You may want to use other services. You may want to get private emails. You may want to try and block that or encrypt your emails. That's up to you. But now you know it is a fact. It may have been a fanciful thing. Some people would say, oh my God, that's just a conspiracy theory. No, it's the truth. Don't have to believe me. Forbes is telling you. Forbes has confirmed what was a conspiracy theory to be true. Just so you know. So I like to inform people about things like that. I think it's important. I'm going to wait. It's an article on Zoran Mondami. I'm going to get to that a little bit later. Zoran's some interesting news. So I want to get to domestic. Wow. We're moving through a lot of stuff so far today. Usually it takes me like 2 hours to get through all the international. We're done with the international. And we're talking about domestic. It's maybe a short show today, which for me means probably 3 hours instead of 5.5 to 7. We'll see. I am looking forward to hearing what other people think. By the way, let me say it again. If you wish, you can always ask a question. If there's something that I've said that doesn't make sense or you're not sure, if you want to hear more information, just ask away, folks. You don't have to do a super chat, although it would help. You don't have to do a Rumble rant, but it would help. You can just ask away, and I will always respond to your question as soon as I can. Always. All right. We haven't heard a lot. It's interesting to me that we forget how much news is happening and how many consequences are being brushed aside. Often we forget and it gets glossed over, in part because of what we see with Google going through your Gmail. And so they're curating and specifically sending you to certain articles. They're trying to feed your partisanship, keeping you separated from the general public, hiding information from you whenever they can, making it a little bit harder for you to find things, to know the truth. But as that process is going on, we forget things. The American public has been trained to forget news that's 3 months old or longer. Most people don't remember the arguments about red flag laws. I do. I'm spent years on that. I still do. But that's old news. A lot of people have forgotten that we're still backing the Ukraine in their war against Russia, and that war is still ongoing because we haven't heard about it in a while, but yet it's there. Most people may forget that Ilhan Omar should be investigated and might be, but she absolutely should be investigated for financial fraud, not just because of the daycare in Minnesota, which, again, most people have forgotten about. We've not heard a lot about that in recent months. But besides the daycare fraud, the Somali daycare fraud, Ilhan Omar should be investigated because her net worth increased by 100 times and then a year later decreased by 100 times. And she got paid $1 million in that process, but she doesn't want to pay extra taxes and she doesn't want anyone to look at it. And I have to say, why not? And if it were anyone else, there would be an IRS agent knocking on your door saying, we're going to audit you now because this doesn't make sense. Something is wrong. Too many red flags. But that news has been glossed over, and people aren't paying attention to that anymore, and they should be. You know what's something else that we haven't heard about in a long time? The unemployment rate. When was the last time that you remember CNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS, other than if you have stocks and bonds, you're a stockbroker, you're a financial analyst of some sort, you're following the financial news on a daily basis. You're specifically looking for this information. For everyone else, the average American, they go by what's the headline in the news at any given moment. It's whatever ABC tells you about. It's whatever CBS is willing to tell you about. That's the news of the day. That's what you pay attention to, at least for those 5 minutes. Then you go on about your life and you forget everything unless it's absolutely immediately important. Again, like AOC in Germany when she went to the Munich Security Conference, which we covered on this channel, and she embarrassed the hell out of herself and also America at the same time. People forgot about that, and the media wants you to forget because they want AOC to get elected to be either a senator or to run for president, probably get vice president. They want that to happen, so they want you to forget. But the unemployment rate, it has been easily 6 months since the last time you heard the mainstream news media talk about unemployment. And they were, at the time that you were hearing about it, they're telling you that the unemployment rate was increasing, that America's economy was collapsing, that Donald Trump had destroyed America because of tariffs. The world was going to end and America was going to be impoverished because of Orange Man Bad. That's what the news media was telling you roughly about 6 months ago, actually for the last 18 months. But here's the thing. If that were true, they would be pointing out the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. And they're not talking about either of those two things that would prove that the American economy has completely collapsed, that Orange Man Bad has devastated America's economy, and everything would be going to hell in a handbasket. But you don't hear about the national debt, although we should talk about it. It's 39.2 trillion. We don't hear about the jobs report. We don't hear about the inflation, and we should. Oh, well, I stand corrected. Hang on, folks. Hal has stated, Al just made a comment here, and he's stating that this past Friday, he heard about the unemployment rate on every channel. Well, that's the monthly unemployment rate. And in fact, most people didn't hear about that, Hal. And it was probably Thursday, not Friday. The first week of the new month, on that Thursday, we normally get the financial results, in particular the unemployment rate. Inflation usually follows right afterwards. That's reported on the first Thursday, not Friday. So you may have read or heard someone talking about the news, which actually came out on Thursday, and they were reacting to it and reporting on it on Friday. Fair enough. And I'm not saying that there wasn't any news. I'm telling you that the mainstream public didn't hear anything about it. The mainstream public weren't thinking about it. That wasn't headline news. Everyone's talking about this. This is being pushed, as it has been for the last 18 months. A year ago, you were hearing all across the news every month, month after month, how the economy was falling apart and how the unemployment rate was increasing and increasing and increasing. And it was, because Donald Trump was firing more and more employees from the federal government, which of course increased the unemployment rate, as well as employees that were going into retirement. And that was going to continue. So yes, I'm not saying that no one could hear about it, but that's it. It's the first. No, we get the jobs report on Thursday, not Friday. It comes out on Thursday. But fair enough. But here is, and I wanted to show everyone, this is the jobs report, because I know a lot of people have no idea that it came out. And I know that in the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about it. They don't really want to have this conversation with you. Now, the important thing about this report is, right, where is it? There. Oh, am I on the right one? No, I'm showing the wrong report. Hang on. Apologize. No, it's AA. There we go. Nope, wrong one. Hang on a second. I have so many resources that I try to go through. No, not table B. Table A. There we go. I go through so many resources sometimes. And so here it is. The reason why there was no big news media hubbub, you're not hearing about it big on CNBC, is real simple. The unemployment rate was flat, 4.3%. It's been flat for quite some time now. And that's because the economy is relatively stable. That doesn't mean good. Stable doesn't mean that everything's perfect and everyone's happy and everyone's making lots of money. That's not the way this works. But what it is telling us is that we're not going into a great recession. It tells us that we're not going into a depression. It tells us that the tariffs did not tank America and our economy is falling apart. None of that, which you were promised was going to happen, none of it has happened. That things aren't the doom and gloom that you have been assured was going to happen because Orange Man Bad, because Republicans were in charge. None of that happened. You were lied to. They pushed this as the message to try and gin up the 2026 midterm elections. And the closer that we got to the election and the less that our economy matched the prediction that you were given, the less they wanted to talk about it, the less they wanted to highlight it. Now, again, this isn't a perfect number. 4.3% is not bad. It isn't as good as 3%, which we saw under Donald Trump in his first presidency. It isn't perfect, but it is incredibly stable. And it is slightly lower than average for the history of the United States. And this is a good level of unemployment. It means it's stable. And the number of people who are working in our economy, well, it dipped a little bit, but it's been relatively flat. So America's doing fine, given that there is a war in Ukraine, given that we have a conflict with Iran, given that 20% of the oil in the world is not being able to move around, given the fact that prices have not had enough time to retreat from the Biden-Harris levels, the fact that food prices are still elevated because there's 30% less food in the world. Given all of those factors, things are pretty good right now, which would mean that Orange Man Bad has done pretty good with a really bad economy, with a really bad scenario for our economy. You may not have heard about that. And so for a lot of people, I understand how you're saying that you're not one of them, but for the majority of people, they've never seen those numbers. They had no idea because the news media has de-emphasized that. That's not important because that's not going to make you vote Democrat, which the mainstream news media absolutely wants you to know about. And if the unemployment rate went up at all, any amount, they would be screaming at the hills, as they have in the past, that, oh my God, Donald Trump has failed. The economy is falling apart. You have to vote Democrat to correct this. That's what they want to say, and they can't. And I think that's important as you listen to politician after politician all across America. You hear it from Adam Schiff and Ilhan Omar. You hear that from Gavin Newsom and Kathy Hochul. You're hearing all of these politicians tell you how terrible the Trump administration, how terrible Republicans are, and yet there are none of the consequences that they seem to keep telling you are coming. They don't exist. We don't even have a hint of them. They want you to believe that Donald Trump, once again, like in 2025, is running for every single office in America. Every Democrat at every level of government is telling you how they want to fight Donald Trump. Donald Trump isn't running for your local election. He's not running to be a state representative of any state in the nation. He's the president. But you go and look at all of every Democrat, local, state, and federal, are all telling you how Donald Trump is someone they're fighting, which they can't do, and he isn't involved with them. He doesn't even know most of these people or the place that they're in. He doesn't know your town. He doesn't care. It's not his job. But they're running against Orange Man Bad. More than anything else, more than everything else, it's Orange Man Bad. Because they have to try and find a way to win. They have no plan. All of their plans have failed. The tariffs are going to destroy America. That's not a reality. That didn't happen. Oh my God, you'll never be able to afford anything anymore. Didn't happen. Not real. They want you to be afraid, but they don't have anything to make you afraid of. So you have to be afraid of everything all the time, all at once. And all of the stories that they could be looking into, like the fraud in Minnesota, the Minnesota Somali daycare fraud, which should be looked into. We should be hearing daily updates about why more people haven't been arrested, why we haven't resolved that, and we haven't. Why is that the case? We should be hearing more daily about the fraud in California, not just the Palisades, which were burned down and never have not been rebuilt, even though they've received hundreds of millions of dollars. Not just about the high-speed rail in California that for 12 years has accumulated somewhere around $120 million, and not one piece of track has been built. Not only that, also looking at the fact of the hospice care in California, which is also a fraud, which may or may not, some of them involve foreigners, some of them involve regular citizens. It is criminal and it is expansive. It is massive. Again, additional tens of billions of dollars, even bigger by many estimates than what we see in Minnesota, is happening in California. We've seen story after story of buildings with dozens, if not 100, different businesses, every single one of them a hospice care business with no employees, lots of clients, no employees, and just wasting money. 450, the RFK and HHS shut down 450 hospice care companies in California, and not one of those hospice care companies, not one of their supposed clients had a complaint. They just walked away. The money stopped coming from the federal government and they were okay with it. They were like, all right, whatever. You know what? If that doesn't scream criminal to you, if that doesn't scream this was a fraud, I don't know what else to tell you. Yeah, the criminals are taking the money and they're running as we speak, just like what we saw in Minnesota with the Somalis. And I would say, and we're hearing about the same thing being found in Ohio and in Massachusetts. And I am absolutely sure that if you tested New York City and New York State, you would find the same kind of fraud. So I have to ask the question, why aren't we looking for the same kind of factors that we have seen in Minnesota and also in California? Why aren't we looking for that in New Jersey, in Connecticut, in New York? Why aren't we testing in Washington State or Oregon? Why aren't we testing in Texas and Kansas? I don't care if it's a red state or a blue state. Every state should be doing audits right now. Every governor should be saying that they're looking out for you and they're going to do an audit. And it should be really simple. I mean, Nick Shirley's doing it. He's one man and he's able to find these frauds before CBS with their 10,000 employees, NBC, ABC, hundreds of thousands of employees of the mainstream news media have not found any of this because they're not looking for it. Every government should be doing this. And we should be encouraging them to do this, to stop hiding the information because they're afraid that it won't help Democrats get reelected, and instead do the job that needs to be done to protect the American people and our nation, to end waste, to reduce the national debt, which is inflationary, that hurts everyone. Poor people more than most, but it hurts everyone in our nation. Even if we can reduce this only by, in each case, tens of billions of dollars, well, state after state, if this is the case, and it seems to be happening predominantly in blue states, well, that's at least another 15 states. You're talking about trillions of dollars now in waste that could be stopped. I absolutely believe that if we were to comb through in New York State, even though we don't have a budget at this moment, but if we were to look at previous budgets and we were to look for organizations that have had, in healthcare in particular, that have increased the net funding from the federal government as well as the state government by 10 times over the last 5 years or more, that we would find the same pattern of fraud that we saw in Minnesota, that we saw in California. Why aren't we seeing that happen? Because the news media doesn't want you to see that, because they are, I believe, that the mainstream news media is absolutely sure that if they look into Massachusetts, if they look into New York or New Jersey, Pennsylvania, if they look at Washington, Oregon, that they will, Illinois, absolutely in Illinois, that they will find this massive corruption, and that this corruption has been happening for decades in these bluer than blue states and cities, that it has been allowed to happen, that Democrats have benefited from that in direct donations and support from these criminals to their campaigns, and that this would cause Democrats to lose votes. And it's a midterm year. So they don't want to do that. That's why in California, they actually have tried to create legislation to stop people for like Nick Shirley from actually presenting you with the truth and simply asking the question, why didn't you do something about this? The state of California knew about it. Gavin Newsom knew. He didn't care because he was too busy trying and set himself up to become president. Tim Walz didn't care. He was going for vice president and or trying to get reelected as governor of Minnesota. They didn't care because the news media weren't holding them accountable, even though this was known. This corruption was rampant. And I guarantee you, this is happening in New York. This is absolutely happening in New Jersey. This is absolutely happening in the bluer than blue states. It may be happening in other states, and it could be happening in Kansas right now. Could be happening in Iowa right now because no one pays attention to them as much as they pay attention to New York, California, Illinois, Massachusetts. They have the big cities. Iowa doesn't. Kansas doesn't. Missouri doesn't have the big cities. So it's probably happening there too, but no one's paying attention. We should be demanding that we find this out, that these stories that are getting glossed over and over again, like with Ilhan Omar, like with the AOC over in Germany, in Munich, these stories shouldn't be glossed over. And we should be holding our mainstream news media accountable when they do gloss over these stories and let them die because they're trying to protect a partisan political agenda. But then again, that would mean I wouldn't have a job. And I kind of would prefer that. To be fair and honest, if the news media were actually doing its job, I wouldn't need to do this. I would prefer that. But that's not the case. So now you know that America is not nearly as terrible as it used to be. But the big thing everyone's talking about right now is, but Mike, what about elections and election fraud? There's so much fraud. We're talking about fraud. Mike, you're talking about economic fraud. That's not important. It's election fraud. And you're hearing from the leftists, especially the socialists, we need to change our election system completely. Didn't you tell me that election system was perfect in 2020? In 2020, we were told the election system's perfect. Nothing needs to be changed. Then we found out it wasn't perfect. And that several things were actually point blank illegal that had been done in bluer than blue states. And okay, well, that was a slight mistake, but the system's perfect. It's super secure. We were told that in 2022, 2024, until we got the results and Donald Trump won. Then there was like, well, maybe it isn't as secure as it could be. Maybe there were some things done because Donald Trump won, so there has to be a problem. No. The election system's just as screwed up as it always has been. It has as many flaws as it always has. In fact, 2020 was the aberration, not 2024. The problems that we saw in 2020 were unique and special, not in 2024, not in 2016. But that being said, we do have the issue right now. Redistricting. Everyone's talking redistricting, gerrymandering. By the way, redistricting is gerrymandering at this point. There is no significant difference between the two. They are essentially the same exact thing. So when they're telling you, oh, we're going to redistrict Texas or Tennessee or Virginia or Louisiana, they're talking about gerrymandering each and every one of those states. Whether it's a red state or a blue state makes no difference. And that entire process of redistricting in the middle of a decade right now, that all started because of New York. Hang on. Excuse me. Had to sneeze there. All right. And this all started because of New York State. What we saw, and most people forget, and again, this has been glossed over. You're not supposed to remember this. In 2010, started a process of redistricting. Now, it did start with the census, like it's supposed to. But New York State was so busy trying to count illegal aliens, trying to squeeze out all of the Republicans, because New York State consistently has lost population since 1958. Our population it's been a net exodus. We have lost population continuously every year since 1958. And we have lost members of Congress to go with it. We were at 40, back in the 1950s, we were at 45 members of Congress. Today, we're at 24, as I recall. No, 26. No, 24. It's 24. We're at 24. We've lost about almost half of our members of Congress in the last 50, 60 years. People continue to run. And notice that's also the same time frame with Democrats having control of the state assembly, the state senate, and the governorship. And the more that they've had superpower, a super majority, the faster that we have seen the fallout, the decay of New York State. So that came to quite a bit of a head in 2010 as we lost more congressional seats, and Democrats, looking at the shrinking political power of New York, said, well, we have to make this state as blue as possible to offset the fact that we're losing so many seats. So every seat that goes has to be a Republican seat to protect the Democrats and their control over New York and much of the country, to have that political influence. And what the Democrats did in 2010 and 2011, and then into 2012, that was so corrupt and so blatantly, obviously partisan, that the courts stepped in and said, this is obvious, this is beyond obvious gerrymandering, beyond the normal gerrymandering that every state goes through once they get their census numbers back. It's beyond the pale. And so the court system denied New York State the right to be able to draw congressional lines, even state level lines. They removed the right from the state to do that because they were so biased. It was so obviously partisan political for the left. So the state redrew the lines. That kind of set it off, but they already had lost some red seats. And the Republican Party were looking at how can we regain some of the seats that are being lost in New York? How do they offset that? That started a process from 2010 because it was so high profile and because it was so far out of the norm that we had to go back year after year after year. We had 4 different maps that were being created. People were confused on who was in what district and what were they running for. That happened so much that I think triggered the arms race, the political race for congressional districts across America, because everyone was reacting to the major news in New York that was so different than what we normally go through. It's one thing to say, oh, well, they gerrymandered and we lost one seat here or one seat there. Every party would do that. Every single state that would happen, that if they lost a seat or gained a seat, that they would try and rig it to be more towards the Democrats or the Republicans in that state. But it'd be one seat plus minus. It wasn't really that big a deal. New York tried to take advantage. New York tried to rig the system. New York set the path. And that was under the now disgraced, fully understood, horrible former governor of New York, Andrew Cuomo, who happened to have a lieutenant governor by the name of Kathy Hochul. And when Andrew Cuomo resigned in disgrace because he killed 16,000 people through his regulations and then tried to cover it up, and at the same time was allegedly sexually assaulting not 7, not 9, 11 women, according to Letitia James, he had to resign, and Kathy Hochul became the governor, but followed the same process and the same path. So in 2020, when everyone was confused about everything going on in this nation, and the census came out, and Joe Biden said, count the illegal aliens because that will help California, that will help Boston, that will help New York. It's going to help the bluer than blue states where the illegal aliens were gathering en masse, 200,000 in just New York City alone as one example, that they would be able to count that. And that would stop the bleed of people leaving. So for all the American citizens that left, well, we had 200,000 illegal aliens to make up for a bunch of New Yorkers, American citizens that left New York State. That saved one congressional seat right there. New York wound up losing 1, almost 2, and if we didn't count the illegal aliens because of Joe Biden, New York was supposed to lose 3 congressional seats. Not 1, not 2. We were going to lose 3. But you add in the illegal aliens, and that reduced the number. Then came the gerrymandering, the changing of districts. 3-4 times that we saw the districts change. And in 2020, 21, and 22, even into 23, New York kept changing the districts. And the courts were getting involved as well. That took the simmering problem from 2010 and kicked it into overdrive. And then we saw every state started saying, how do we rig this? Donald Trump had won. And it was expected traditionally that the House would go to the Democrats by about 3 points. But if Donald Trump could pull off a ceasefire after having beat down Iran, if we were able to guarantee there wouldn't be nukes in the Middle East in the hands of the Ayatollah, if the IRGC was less capable of being able to spread terror, and we can see the difference between Obama, who encouraged more terror, who funded global terror, versus Donald Trump restricting that, well, Republicans might get some votes. Looking at the fiasco in Minnesota and California, and likely in Ohio and Massachusetts and New York, even more corruption, having been exposed for lying and protecting Joe Biden as he became more and more of a part-time zombie president with who knows in charge in the government, and this was part of a Democrat cover-up. Democrats weren't sure. They were nervous. They were afraid. And New York was playing games. So Texas decided to try and jump into the fray. And they said, all right, well, we want to play games. Let's play games. We're going to redistrict. And I have to tell you, I disagree with all of the redistricting. Any state that is redistricting in 2025, in 2026, you're playing a political game. There is no justification for this. Your population, there is no census data. That's not until 2030. You're playing a political game. You're doing one-upmanship. This is just to guarantee more votes for your guys than the other guy. Every single state, red or blue, whether you're Republican or Democrat, that is the fact of the scenario. And most people are not supposed to think of it that way. You're supposed to think your guys are doing the right thing. No, they're not. I don't care if it's Republicans or Democrats. If they started to talk about or try to do a redistricting in 2025, 2026, they're bad guys. They're rigging the system all across the board. So people go, but it was because of Texas. No, it wasn't. It was because of New York. It was because of New York and New Jersey. That's what drove this. It was because of Joe Biden saying, count the illegal aliens. And because they did that, they artificially benefited California, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Illinois. They rigged the system. And so now that Republicans have an opportunity, they're trying to correct that, which is also, while that's a good thing, they're trying to bring balance back, but then they're also rigging the system in their favor, which is just more corruption. It has nothing to do with, well, one vote, let's get rid of the Electoral College. That's stupid. That's just stupid. This has nothing to do with the Electoral College. But they'll say that because, again, there is a partisan goal. If you get rid of the Electoral College, well, then all you need to do is have LA, Chicago, New York. Those are three of the major cities in America. You get those votes, you're already 2/3 of the way into winning the presidency. Then you get Boston, Chicago, did I say Chicago? Detroit. You get Seattle. You get Dallas and Austin. You're pretty much done. If you can take out seven, maybe 8 of the top 10 cities in America, you've won the presidency. That's all you need. And big cities tend to be blue cities. Almost always. The bigger the city is, the more blue the city tends to be in America. And therefore, that's all Democrats. They want to get rid of the Electoral College because it's politically in their best interest. That's why they say, oh, get rid of the Electoral College. It doesn't count. It's not good. It's bad for you. No, it's bad. Having an Electoral College is bad for Democrats. And that's why they want to get rid of it, because they get an advantage. So I'm trying to make sure this is clear for you guys. How did we get into this current battle over redistricting? This is how we got here. These are the parts that are moving in this process and how it's affecting you. This is why it's happening. And anyone who tells you, well, it's because we want to protect black people, they're lying to your face. Oh, we want to protect American rights, they're lying to your face. It's about the Voting Rights Act. That is a bald-faced, factual lie in your face. No, it's not. It has nothing to do with that. I'll show you the example in Tennessee in just a second. The Voting Rights Act was created to counteract the Jim Crow laws of the Democrat South. That's a fact. That's the whole point. And if anything, it was meant to counterweight and overweight to correct for Southern Democrats. It was never meant to benefit the Democratic Party. Ideally, it was supposed to be neutral. But in reality, it was about weakening Southern Democrats. That's why the Voting Rights Act was created. That was its purpose. So that black people and minorities would be able to register and to vote. That's its job. Because the Jim Crow laws, the Southern Democrats, were preventing minorities from being able to register and to vote. Thus, they could not get representation in our government. They had no voice. They had no choice, no opportunity. That's why the Voting Rights Act was created. Not to create Republican and or Democrat districts. That was never the intention. And it wasn't being done because your skin color is black or brown, or your gender is woman, or you are part of the LGB alphabet. That's not what it was created for. Those aren't factors. That wasn't a reality. Anyone who tells you that is lying to your face because they have a political agenda or they have no idea what they're talking about. That's the truth of it. So now we have the Voting Rights Act in Louisiana. We talked about this a bit last week. Louisiana says, well, they're black people, and black people need to have their own district because they're black. They didn't ask the question, can those black people vote? Because the answer is yes. And do they vote in the same proportion as their population? The answer is yes. Can they register to vote? The answer is yes. So they're not being denied anything from the Jim Crow laws. They're not existent anymore. They are voting like you would expect their population to be able to vote. They don't need an extra district. They don't deserve it. It's not necessary. And that's why whenever you see those squiggle lines in any congressional map anywhere in the country, and if it doesn't look like a square, and it doesn't look like a rectangle, and if it looks like spaghetti, that is gerrymandering specifically to help one political party or the other. That's all it is. And that's what Louisiana created. And the Supreme Court came out and said that is obvious and it is illegal because it is bias. Because equity isn't a thing. Because equity, which is the progressive socialist ideology that says that you are ranked based on the color of your skin, your gender, your sexual preference, and the other political ideologies that only progressives and socialists find to be important, and you're going to get assigned a value, and that's constantly shifting based on progressive and socialist agendas, but there's a value there. That's equity. That isn't part of America. That's not part of our voting system. So saying, well, I'm black isn't a reason why you should get a congressional district. Has nothing to do with it. So that's why Louisiana is losing their second black congressional district. And they should. Not because black people can't vote, because they are. Not because black people can't vote in someone to represent them. They already did, and they can again. That's not the reason. It's because it was unconstitutional. Virginia said, oh, no, well, we're going to jump into this game. And they were going to redo their state lines, their congressional lines. And they were going to make it all blue. They were going to go for 10 out of 10, 10 out of 11. There's 11 congressional districts in Virginia. 6 of them are Democrat, 5 of them are Republican. And Democrats are like, no, we can change this. We got the governor in. We're going to turn it all. 10 of them are going to be Democrat, 1 will be Republican. Not because it's fair, not because it represents the people, not because some of the people are black or a minority. It's because Democrats need the power, because they're losing, and they don't have an agenda, and they don't have a leader, and they have nothing to offer except orange man bad. That's it. So they need something. And so the answer is, well, we can't drum up anything, and their best choices are Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom. That's not going to win any elections, so they have to rig the system. Except it's illegal in Virginia, and it got thrown out. Not because of racist judges, which the left will try and tell you. Well, it's because of racism. No, it's not. Virginia's law requires that they have to change the lines in Virginia. They have to come up with a plan, wait an election, and then vote on that plan. So it takes at least 2 years, at the very fastest it can be done, 2 years for Virginia to change their congressional district. They did it this year. They did it within 6 months. It's illegal according to Virginia state law. They were trying to game the system. They got caught. And that's why it's illegal. And he got thrown out of court. Now, do I think it would have been thrown out of court anyway? Absolutely. But it doesn't matter. That's why that happened. That was glossed over. That reason, that truth was glossed over. You weren't told about it because then you might think, well, Democrats are cheating. And that means if you thought and recognize and you were told Democrats were cheating just because they wanted to cheat, you might not vote for Democrats. So the news media glossed over that and said, we don't want to talk about that. It's kind of like Ilhan Omar's income. We don't want to talk about that. Kind of like Minnesota and the Somali daycare fraud. Don't want to talk about that. Don't want to talk about the California hospice care. Don't want to talk about those frauds. We're not going to talk about Virginia cheating the system simply because Democrats want power. Not going to talk about that. Okay, now everyone's talking about Tennessee. And they say, oh my God, Mike, that may all be true. But Tennessee, that's racism. Tennessee is nothing but racism. Oh my God, how racist it could be. By the way, Alabama Barbie, God bless you too. Glad to see you there. Thank you for helping the homeless. And I know you're cooking right now. Thank you for feeding so many people. I always appreciate that, Alabama Barbie. So, Tennessee. Let's try and go through this a little bit. I know I'm spending time and giving you details on this. And some people may not like the consequences, nor they may not like the truth. But everything I've said is the truth. These are the true facts. And these are the consequences of these true facts. You don't have to like them. They just are. And the reason why you're not hearing about it in any kind of detail from the rest of the mainstream news media is because they have a political agenda. And they know if they spend any time actually explaining this to you, then they may lose votes. And so they're not going to lose votes. They'd rather you be in the dark. They'd rather you believe that this is about racism than it is about abusing the system. Democrats abusing the system. Tennessee decided that they were going to jump in on the redistricting gerrymandering process. Okay. And they have the support of the Supreme Court, which said if you're creating a congressional district just because of someone's skin color, that is bias, that is racist, it's unconstitutional, as it should be. The color of your skin is not enough of a reason. You have to have something else, that these people are somehow being prevented from being able to vote or to register to vote. Given that, and given that in Tennessee, like in many of the southern states, certain districts were just created because Black people, they are correcting that because it's unconstitutional. Now, you may not like that, but that is the justification behind it. The true answer is this is a great opportunity to make the state more Republican than it already was. That's just the true fact of it. And almost all of Tennessee was already, 8 out of 9, 9 out of 10 of the districts in Tennessee were already Republican. There was only one Democrat district. Now, that doesn't mean that Republicans didn't vote for Black or white candidates. They did. And they have Black and or white candidates. So it's not about race. It is about party. There is a Democrat, and he was in a district that had a larger concentration of Black people. It's a Democrat district, because previously the Voting Rights Act said they had to have it, even though that's unconstitutional because it's based on people's skin color, not because they couldn't vote, just because they were black. Since that's unconstitutional, Republicans took advantage of it. It's what the law requires. You may not like that. It's the truth. So they're going in and they said, we're going to get rid of that district because it's not accurate. It's not representative. And we see now, and the governor of Tennessee signed the congressional map, which is going to divide Memphis. And that means that there's going to be a problem for the Democrat who's been in office for 20 years, 2 decades. And Democrats were stunned by this because they're saying, well, no, we've got to keep the Democrat. And the answer from Republicans is, well, wait a minute. There's a black female Republican who's running, and she's going to win that district most likely because it's going to be adjusted and there's going to be a heavier weighting towards Republicans, fine. But a black woman's going to win that seat. And isn't that what Democrats have been arguing about? They want black people to have their own districts, right? That was the argument in Louisiana. Well, black people are there, and black people should have a black member of Congress for some damn reason that makes no sense, because that doesn't have anything to do with it. Either you have a good person or you don't. You vote for the best person or you don't. That's what it should be. But according to Democrat logic in Louisiana, well, black people are there, so they should be voting for a black person. By the way, according to Democrats, all black people are Democrats, so that means Democrats get more power. Well, here's the proof of the idea. In Tennessee, the black person is a Republican. According to Democrat ideology, the white guy, an old white man who's the Democrat who's held that seat for 2 decades in a black majority district as created by the Voting Rights Act, he should be kicked out, and this black woman should take the seat. That's what the Democrat policies say. That's their ideology. That's their excuse for Louisiana. Democrats say, no, you don't understand. How do I not understand? That's your policy. That's literally your logic. No, but you don't understand. It should be a Democrat seat. But why? We have a black woman. They don't know what to say to this. They're stuck. They are lost. Let me show you. This is Benny Johnson. He's just going to show you this.
The woman now who is.
So this is the discussion on CNN in their panel, which is a terrible panel show, by the way, for almost everything. But they're now being presented, and I want you to hear the argument, and I want you to see the response by the Democrats on CNN live to this.
The woman now who is likely going to win the 9th district in Tennessee is a black Republican woman as a result of this redistricting effort. It's likely going to be a black Republican woman who beats that old white man.
Could I make this very simple?
Now, look at their faces. They don't know what to say. These are Democrats. They're dumbfounded. They don't know how to respond to that. Look at, they're in deep, serious thought. Their mouths aren't moving. They're just frozen in place because they don't have anything to counter the logic that she just said. This is exactly the logic that they used in Louisiana. And it is being thrown back in their face. And they are sitting there stunned because their mental gymnastics cannot fit around this to justify Democrats because black doesn't equal Democrat. They don't know what to say. They have no idea how to respond. It's embarrassing for them. Let me show you the rest of the clip.
We're going to come back. It actually is.
They instantly go to a commercial to give the Democrats who have nothing, they don't know what to say. They have no way to respond to this. So they're going to a commercial. They're going to cut away. They're going to give those people a chance to try and do some mental gymnastics to try and find some way to flip the argument, to try and justify the white guy holding on to the Democrat seat in the black majority district that was only created because of the Voting Rights Act. They're trying to protect the racism of the Democrats without using the logic of the racism of Democrats in Louisiana. They're trying to do the exact opposite of what they did in Louisiana to justify what they want to do in Tennessee, and they can't. They can't. And that's pretty embarrassing. You know what? Maybe you think, Mike, well, that was just CNN. It was only one time. I don't even know any of those people who were in the panel. Okay, maybe that's what you're thinking. Do you know who AOC is?
Representative.
Okay. I think we all know who Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is. Miss far leftist, wannabe socialist, wannabe replacing Bernie Sanders. You've all heard about her. And according to the left, she's a very respected individual. I think she's a laughingstock. I think she's useless. But okay, fine. Let's hear AOC take on this issue about what's happening in Tennessee.
When you are seeing states like Tennessee.
Hang on, I want to fix the volume here. So when you see states like Tennessee, I'm going to start over from the beginning.
When you are seeing states like Tennessee want to wipe out every black representative.
They want to wipe out black representatives. Who said anything about getting rid of black representatives? She's saying, oh, no, well, black equals Democrat. That's a lie. That's a misrepresentation. It's insulting. It's the same thing when you hear Joe Biden tell Charlemagne the God to his face, you aren't black unless you vote Democrat, that you don't have a choice, that it's a monolith. The decision has been made for you black people. You must be voting Democrat. By the way, the guy that you see right here, that's Steve Cohen. He's the white guy who has been in charge of the Tennessee 9th District for the last 20 years. She's talking about, well, black people will be eliminated. They're going to have no voice. The white guy, that's a white guy. AOC, that's a white guy. He's in Congress with you, AOC. You've actually spoken to him. You've been on panels with him. You've served in Congress with him. He's not black. So your argument makes no sense. But let me start over. Okay, so we know it's not making sense. Let's try this again from the beginning.
When you are seeing states like Tennessee want to wipe out every black representative on the map in these states, we have an obligation as Americans to stand with black Americans and communities whose representation is being disenfranchised.
Byron Donalds, a member of Congress, represents a white district. He's not the only one. There are multiple black Republicans that represent white districts. There are Democrats, black Democrats who represent all white districts. It's not about skin color. But she's saying, no, but black people will never vote for anyone except a black person, except there's a white guy who's been representing them for 2 decades, AOC. So that doesn't make any sense. That's not true. They're lying to your face. But they don't think you're going to put the pieces together. AOC thinks you're too dumb to know the truth. That they're counting on the fact that you have never heard of Steve Cohen from the Tennessee 9th District. They are counting on the fact you've never heard his name, you've never seen his face, that you aren't going to think about that. That's the only way this lie works. That you never see his face, you never hear his name. And every time that you bring up, oh yeah, but he's the white guy, so your argument about racism doesn't work, then you get CNN completely silent. You see AOC lying to your face because they don't care about whether it's black or white. It's about power. This has nothing to do with black people. They're just the excuse. They're just the tool. It's a manipulation. They want you to be angry. Oh my God, those Republicans are such racists, except this has nothing to do with race. It's Orange Man Bad manga and MAGA. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with any of that. This was a process created by Andrew Cuomo back in 2010, as I explained in some great detail. This is a process that's been going on for a long time. Has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It has nothing to do with MAGA. It has almost nothing to do with Republicans. And it's the logic of Democrats as they have explained it to you that doesn't make sense with reality. Democrats have no problem being racist, especially if it gives them power. They have no problem using racism to get them votes, to get them power. They don't care. This is a wake-up call for a bunch of Democrats out there. Anyone on the left who's watching the program, here's your wake-up call. Your party doesn't care about your color of skin unless it gets them votes. And Democrats assume black equals Democrat. Black equals Democrat vote, Democrat donation every single time. That's the assumption. Even Stephen A. Smith, who may be, he is a Democrat, he may try and run for the presidency as a Democrat. Even he has admitted on ESPN before he had his own program that Democrats take for granted the black vote and abuse that black block of voting every single election. It was Stephen A. Smith who said himself that if black voters really want to be taken seriously, you should all vote Republican at least once in the entire same time in one election to justify and cause Democrats to take you serious. That was Stephen A. Smith, the guy who wants to run for president in 2028. This is AOC. She's pushing the same race hustle that the Voting Rights Act was created to try to stop, because it's an abuse of people based on skin color. It is unconstitutional. And she is trying to abuse people's sensitivity on that issue. It's really insulting when you stop and you think about it and you look at it. It is insulting. Shelley says, AOC and the truth aren't generally in the same geographic region. I agree with you. That is absolutely true. I know. I took some time. I took my time walking through this because no one else will. I took my time to establish how did we get to this point because no one else will. They want to stop at, well, Texas did it. No, this started long before Texas, long before Donald Trump. This has been going on for decades. And it's the latest iteration that has gotten so egregious. Because the Voting Rights Act was only meant to be temporary. Only until blacks could register and vote for themselves. And they do. And if they can vote for a white guy to take the seat, why can't they vote for a black woman to get the seat? Oh, because she's a Republican. What has that got to do with it? Why is that a problem? And the only answer I can get about why that could possibly be a problem is because, well, Democrats don't like Republicans. That's their only answer. I mean, it's not like she's not a qualified candidate, by the way. So just so you know who it is, the candidate is Charlotte Bergman. That's her picture there. You can go to Ballotpedia. You'll see the links after the show. You can look at it for yourself. Charlotte Bergman. Charlotte Bergman has an associate's degree from the State Technical Institute at Memphis in 1986. She has a bachelor's degree and another degree from the Christian Brothers University in 1992, and then got her second one in 96. Her career includes being a business manager, a small business owner, and a IT project manager. She's accomplished. She's successful. In 2024, she ran and she got, for this same district, so the public knows who she is, she got 25% of the vote. So it's not like she's unknown. It's not like she can't run and win. But the district was rigged by Democrats to protect this man, Steve Cohen. Now we're taking away that leverage, that rig, the abuse of the Voting Rights Act. You think if Steve Cohen is still good, if he's a good candidate, if he's been doing the right thing for his constituents, he should still win. Just because the district will become Republican doesn't mean the Democrat can't win. If he's a good candidate, he's been there for 2 decades. He should be able to say, I have done a great job. You should reelect me. Matter of fact, I didn't even check. I should check. Let's see. Hang on one second. I'll show you what I'm looking at right now. Just 1 second here. So what I'm looking for right now is Steve Cohen. And let's go to GovTrack. This is Representative Steve Cohen. Okay? And I'm going to go, this is off of GovTrack. It's completely neutral. And let's take a look at his record. Where is it? Not key votes, voting, view all. Yep. So we're going to find out, has he been good? Okay, Steve Cohen, he has introduced 418 bills. Let me see. Yep, 418 bills. And he has had 15 bills. 15 bills created by Steve Cohen of the Tennessee 9th District have become law. That's a pretty good record. It's about one law created every 1.5 years. Almost. Okay. So that should be good enough for him to run for elected office. Why are Democrats so afraid? He's a Democrat. And if Democrats are correct, black equals Democrat. He should be reelected. What's the problem? He's got a history, he has a track record. And if Democrats are correct and black equals Democrat, he should win. Why are they freaking out? Because they've rigged the system and they know without that system being rigged, they lose. That's why. That's why they're so freaking out. That's what I believe. If anyone disagrees with me, tell me why. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. I'm happy to hear it. Mike, you just missed something. What did I miss? What is it that I don't know? What in my explanation of the laws and the situation have I misunderstood? How is what Democrats are saying in Louisiana not apply to Tennessee? I don't see how you can come up with something else. All right. Where's my dog? Okay, my dog's still asleep. Normally at 2-hour mark, he wants to take a little bit of a break, but we're good. So we're moving along quite well. Hopefully, I know I went at some length about this, but I hope it wasn't boring for people to understand what's happening in our nation, what the games are that are being played. And again, I'm not saying that the Republicans aren't playing any games. They are, but so are Democrats. The reason for the games, totally different though. Democrats are using racism to justify power. Republicans are just going for the power. They're just looking at, oh, we have an opportunity, let's get the power. And by the way, it's unconstitutional. What the Democrats have done is unconstitutional. So they have the benefit of saying, we're getting rid of unconstitutional laws, abuses of people. We're fixing that because the Democrats in the South, again, are abusing black people, just like Jim Crow laws. Just like Jim Crow. But you're not supposed to think about it that way. And you're not supposed to remember that Southern Democrats created the Ku Klux Klan. Southern Democrats created Jim Crow laws. You're not supposed to remember that. Forget about that. That's not important. Except I think that is the important thing. But that's me. That's me. I remember crazy things like that. Let me take a look at something. Let's switch gears. And again, if anyone wants me to go over any part of what we've been talking about with Tennessee, anything about the gerrymandering, anything about the way this process is going forward. And by the way, we now hear that once again, Kathy Hochul wants to again, actually, before I move forward, Kathy Hochul, the Democrat governor of New York, wants to redistrict New York again. Nothing has changed. We spent 3 years in this cycle, 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023. We have been working on redistricting. We finally got it resolved with the courts helping us out. We finally got it resolved. And now Kathy Hochul wants to go back in again and redistrict. And her justification is Republicans, orange man bad. That's stupid. That's not a reason. Nothing has changed in New York State. It took us years to get through and to minimize the abuse of the Democratic Party and their single party rule in New York State to get to this point where we have our districts as they are. And now she wants to go in and mess with that again. And there is no excuse. It's not an excuse of the population. There is no justification other than politics. This is how blatant they are. And her answer is, well, it's because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't draw the congressional lines. It's because of the Supreme Court, because they're bending to Donald Trump. It's the law. Read the law. It just blows my mind. It just blows my mind. Democrats can't win without cheating. Just a fact. People may not like that, but it's just a fact. Democrats can't win unless they have to cheat. And they do that a lot. They are more than happy to cheat whenever they can. Because Democrats are more concerned about power than anything else. Anything else. I'm not saying that Republicans don't like power. They do. They usually have another reason besides just wanting power. Democrats don't need any other reason. It's just about the power. It really is. All right. So here we go. Zohran Mamdani. Another fun person, isn't he? Zohran Mamdani is destroying New York. He decided to get into a fight with the president of Citadel, a finance company, which is going to cost New York City somewhere around $20 billion, 11,000 jobs. What a great job, Zoran. He's supposed to be helping New Yorkers. He's supposed to be making the place safer, paying the bills. He's supposed to make things more fair. But Zoran Mandami is a socialist who only cares about socialism. He cares about power. He doesn't care about you. He never did. He's like, well, I'm going to make the billionaires pay. And the billionaire is going to Miami, not New York. The billionaire is taking his business somewhere else. Because Mandami is playing a political game and using his position as mayor to try and throw around his weight, except he doesn't have any power. He doesn't have the weight to throw around. Billionaires don't have to sit there and take it. They'll take their money to somewhere else, in this case, Miami. And they'll spend their money there. And they'll create the jobs in Miami instead of in New York because of Zoran Mandami. For every one of the people that would have been employed by Citadel, there's at least 2 other people that would have had a job connected to them. So if you're working at Citadel and you happen to be a financial, let's say a stockbroker, financial analyst, you're going to make somewhere around $250,000 minimum. And that person who's working at Citadel making $250,000 a year, well, let's see, you're going to spend money going out to the bar. You're going to spend money going out to eat. If you've got a girlfriend or a wife, you're going to take them out occasionally. You're spending money on that. Those are, how many jobs are connected to that? So you're going out to the bar, there's at least one bartender. You're paying for that person to continue to be working. You're going out to a restaurant, well, there's the waiter, the waitress, the chef in the back room, the dishwasher. They're all connected to that job. You're taking your wife out. Well, that means you got to get her flowers, candy. Maybe you're going to take an Uber to go to a play, to a movie. If you have kids, well, now you got to pay for the tutor, the teacher. These are all jobs connected to that one person who makes $250,000 a year. That's the bottom of the scale. What if you're one of the executives? Well, even more people are going to be connected to that person because you make $1 million, $2 million, $5 million a year. You got maids cleaning your house, people dropping off food, whether it be Uber or anyone else that's taking care of your dry cleaning, taking care of your clothes. You've got a tailor. How many jobs? It's not 11,000 jobs. That's just who Citadel is hiring. For every one of those Citadel jobs, there's at least 2 to 5 more people that will be employed because of the Citadel worker. That's a fact. That's the chain of the economics. Mandami is getting rid of 20 to 35,000 jobs because he wants to make a political point, because he's trying to push socialism, because he wants to make his socialist agenda on the backs of poor people. And he doesn't care. He doesn't care that he's going to hurt. He went out, well, oh my God, I'm so happy. Yes. And it isn't just Citadel. As you can see from this article, again, coming from the New York Post, this is in the business district. This is Charles Gasparino having this article. And he's telling you, they are leaving by the droves because of the mortgages, the grocery bills, the crime. They're just leaving. They're all walking away because Zoran Mandami is chasing them out. That's kind of sad. And it's kind of important because, look, who's going to replace them? New York is so broken, the state and the city, that right now we have a black man who pushed a woman in front of a subway car and was released. Guy had 4 separate charges. 4 separate charges, and he was released. This is insane. Do I have another story on this? Hang on. Where is it? I thought for sure I had another. Nope, there's it. New York subway. Yes, crime is down because there's 5,000 less police in New York City. And this is what we're seeing across the country. In the biggest of the biggest cities, the bluest of the bluest cities, they have less police officers. So they have less crime because less people are being arrested. And they have bail reform, and more people are being released to go back out and commit more crime. But they're not recording all the crimes because black person, in particular, in this example, we have this gentleman who decided that he's a maniac and he was pushing women in front of a subway car. One of the women that he had assaulted prior to pushing women onto the subway tracks said, I didn't want to get him in trouble because he's a black man. She didn't want, this is the liberal mentality. These are the Mandami people. The people who voted for Mandami, who support AOC, the progressive socialist left, don't care about you. They care about virtue signaling. They would not punish this black man for assaulting other women because he's black, which resulted in women being pushed in front of subway cars. And judges, because of bail reform, because of democratic socialism, they're just letting him back out onto the street. Gets arrested, put him back on the street. Gets arrested, put him back on the street. Gets arrested, put him back on the street to escalate and create more and more crime. And in that environment, with less police and New York politicians bending over backwards to protect criminals, repeat offenders, they're bending over backwards going, but he's black, but he's an illegal alien. We've got to help the illegal aliens. We got to keep them here no matter how many crimes they commit. They're bending over backwards for this. And Citadel says, well, we'll take a chance. Even though there's still plenty of crime, even though there's a lot of risk, even though the Democrats hate the people who pay the taxes and are telling them, like Kathy Hochul in 2022, get out the state. If you're a conservative, just go to Florida. And they did. And the state's going bankrupt. And somebody in Citadel, they go, you know what? I'll take a chance because I like New York City. And Mandami now runs him out. We can't afford the 5,000 police officers. We can't afford to protect the people. It's just getting worse and worse. This process is insane to me. It is insane to me. And then you got people like Kathy Hochul turns around and she says something stupid. Kathy Hochul says, I'm standing up for New Yorkers' rights and making sure we hold reckless ICE agents accountable. What? What? ICE agents? That her problem is ICE. First of all, the very first thing, and let me make this a little bit bigger for you guys so you can see this. Because Kathy Hochul's out of her mind. She's out of her mind. She considers ICE to be reckless and unaccountable. Now, look, you may not agree with me about illegal aliens. First of all, they're illegal. They're criminals. They do not get rewards. Kick them out of our country. Legal migration is fantastic. I have no problem with that. I don't know of any Republican who's upset about legal migration into America. You want to change the rules? Let's change the rules for the legal migrants. Illegal aliens are criminals. That is a fact. That is the definition. That is what they are, criminals. They get no rewards. Kick them out. But the people who kick them out, because they have broken our Constitution and our immigration laws, both, not one or the other, both have been broken by these illegal aliens. The agency that is responsible for trying to help get rid of them is ICE. That's their job. Them and Border Patrol. That's what they do. And Kathy Hochul says, no, you can't do that in my sanctuary city. Kathy, that's a crime. Sanctuary cities, sanctuary states are a crime. And you are rewarding criminals. Think about it. Kathy Hochul wants more of the criminals in this state. I'll do the math for you guys. Real easy math. Let's assume that only 1% of all of the illegal aliens that come into America, 1% are all the criminals. In New York State, under the Biden-Harris administration, we know at least 200,000 illegal aliens entered New York. Some would say over 1 million. Let's go with the lowest number estimated out there, 200,000. That means there were 2,000 violent criminals that came into New York State. Now, Kathy Hochul could work with ICE to get rid of them. And if she did, the guy last week, the illegal alien last week in Nassau County that stabbed 2 women to death might have been picked up by ICE and he would have been deported. And those 2 women would be alive today. But Bruce Blakeman didn't call ICE and didn't get rid of the illegal alien. Kathy Hochul is fighting Tom Homan, fighting ICE right now because they're part of the the Trump administration. She's fighting them right now to try and keep them out so that we can keep the illegal alien that killed 2 women. I want you to think about that. That's what she's saying. That's the consequence of what Democrats are saying right now. That's Zohran Mamdani. That's Kathy Hochul. That's the Democratic Party. They're saying keep the criminals, reward the criminals. Criminals that kill our citizens. And they want to keep them. And they want to reward them. They want to feed them. They want to give them housing. They want to give them your money. As those very same violent criminals attack you. And you can say, but Mike, but it's not all illegal aliens. You're right. But even if it's only 1%, that's 2,000. And that's just in New York City. New York City by itself got 200,000 illegal aliens under the Biden-Harris administration. That's 2,000 violent criminals. If we assume it's just 1%, 99% are all good, nice people. 1%, that's 2,000 more criminals just in New York City. That doesn't count for the rest of New York State. That doesn't count for the rest of the United States. That's just in New York City. And Kathy Hochul wants to keep all 2,000 of those criminals on the streets in New York with a legal system that is a revolving door. as we just showed you with the New York subways, a revolving door that will let them get arrested and put them back out on the street. And they'll get arrested and they'll be put back on the street because they are brown-skinned people. Many of them, not all of them. Not every illegal alien is someone with brown skin. Some of them are from Africa. Some of them are from Russia. But the point is, she is saying that ICE are the bad guys. ICE aren't the bad guys. You don't have to like them. You don't have to like Tom Homan. You don't have to like Donald Trump. This isn't about who you like. We're not saying that you have to go out on a date with them, that you have to go out and drink beers with them. This isn't about who's going to be your buddy, who's your friend. This is about protecting Americans. And Kathy Hochul says she's the governor, and so she's going to protect the criminals. Think about it. 2 women in Nassau County were killed by an illegal alien. They could be alive today. But Kathy Hochul said no to ICE. Bruce Blakeman didn't have the balls to go over her and say, I'm going to follow the federal law. The law exists already. It's not like we don't know what the law is. The law exists. And Bruce Blakeman didn't have the balls to say, well, you know what? I'm going to call in ICE to get rid of the illegal aliens because they are violent and dangerous. 1% of them are violent and dangerous, and that 1% have to go. He didn't have the balls to say that. Kathy Hochul is saying the exact opposite, saying keep them. She wants the violence. She wants the criminals. She doesn't care about the people. If there's any Democrat that wants to say, Mike, you don't understand. No, Mike, you just don't understand. Kathy Hochul cares a lot. Does this sound caring to you? Does this sound like someone who is protecting your best interest? Or does it sound like someone who has a political agenda, wants to blame Orange Man bad, wants to blame ICE because of the political optics, and doesn't care about how the real world impact is going to be on you? Going to take your taxes and give it to illegal aliens. Going to let you have to struggle with these illegal aliens as they try and kill American citizens. Anyone on the left want to tell me why I'm wrong? Anyone on the left want to tell me, Mike, but you don't understand the facts? Your number. Anyone want to tell me, Mike, oh, the numbers are wrong? Yeah, you know what's the wrong number? It isn't 1%. The violent illegal aliens in New York City alone, America alone, are not 1%. That number's higher. There's more. I'm giving you the bare, absolutely below bare minimum number. The number is closer to about 12%. That's the reality. That's closer to the true number, 12%. And that are tens of thousands just in New York City alone. Just in New York City alone. Imagine New York State. Imagine New Jersey or Illinois, Massachusetts, California. Well, gee, we don't even have to imagine these things. We've had articles about this for years. We have been talking about this on this channel for years. My God, this is crazy. It's crazy. But the insanity, it just doesn't end. The Democrats, their insanity, it just doesn't end anywhere. They just keep going. Here it is. AOC, as you can see on the screen. AOC. Someone, well, no, actually, I got to show you this first. Let me show you this video first, okay? So to set this up properly, this is AOC. She decided to go on to this show with Ilana Glazer. Ilana Glazer is some kind of comedian, some type. I don't know. I've never seen her, never heard of her, don't know anything about her, don't care. She's some kind of entertainer. And she's a left-leaning entertainer, which means absolutely nothing to me. She's meaningless to me. But AOC went onto that program for some reason and got interviewed. Okay, people interview politicians all the time. Fantastic. AOC goes onto the program and they decide that they want to talk about, and I'm starting this from pretty much the very beginning here. Yep. Oh no, it's a couple. Yeah. Yeah. So they're talking about America and the stories of America and income. Let me play it. I'll play it. You'll see it. You'll see what I mean.
I have always felt that America has always been a place of two stories.
Yes.
It has always been a place where we've seen the worst of humanity and the best of humanity.
That would be any place on the planet Earth. The best and the worst of humanity is everywhere that there is humanity. So that's not a United States only kind of thing. AOC is trying to make it sound like, well, America has the worst of the worst and the best, but the worst. Every country does. That's true of every place on the planet that human beings are. So what she said so far is empty and vacuous, but she's trying to set up a feeling. She wants you to feel a certain way as she walks down this road. But I don't think AOC knows where she's trying to go, at least not yet. But so that's the first thing. She doesn't know what she's saying here. Let's see what else she has to say.
And witnessing the triumphs of the best of us over the worst of what we've seen, I think is also a very big part of who we are.
That makes no sense whatsoever. That is an empty statement. Sounds, oh my God, that sounds so enigmatic. No, it's not. It's everyday life. It's people surviving and doing well, even in a bad situation. That's people who were in poverty and they open up a business. That's American citizens who, their area has a lot of crime, but they don't become a criminal. They go out and they go to work. They go to school. They get educated. The kids don't join a gang and they become a lawyer. These kind of stories are not new in America. They've been happening for decades upon decades. This isn't a surprise. This isn't special. But let's go on.
And so when it comes to ICE, I think it's where both of these elements meet, because in an era of extreme income inequality,
Stop. Okay, wait a minute. So she just went from America has the greatest of people and the worst of people, as if that's unique to America alone. And the rest of the world is just average or below average. I don't know, but I'm not saying that. That's what AOC seems to be implying. And she's saying that the best of the people in America are so much better than the worst of the people of America and lift us all up. I guess that's what she's saying. She's not being clear in her statement. And there is a police car coming. They're probably trying to get me. So she says that, and then she tries to tie that to border control, to immigration and mass deportations. That's what ICE is about. ICE is purely about immigration and deportations. So somehow the greatness of America has something to do with illegal immigration. She didn't explain how that's connected. They're not. There is no connection between the two. So she talks about, okay, this has to do with, okay, but let's go with her. So she went from the greatness of America to talking about immigration and law enforcement Okay, so that's going to be our subject. And now she's talking about income inequality. What the hell are you talking about, AOC? You've just gone through 3 entirely different subjects. 3 different subjects on 3 different issues affecting America. So there's quality of life, there's immigration and the law and law enforcement, and then you've got income and inequality. They're all separate issues with several different kinds of solutions. They're not connected in any way, shape, or form. So she's got one hell of a heavy lift here to try and connect these things that she seems to be randomly jumping to because she doesn't know where she's going. This is confused, but okay. She says it's income. We have extreme income inequality. No, that also isn't true. You know what has extreme income inequality? Kenya. Kenya has extreme income inequality. You know where else? Chile has extreme income inequality. Honduras, Haiti has extreme income inequality. Not America. That's just not true. That's not even realistic. America, compared to any other country, most any other country in the world, is extreme income inequality. But within America, no, not really. You may want more, but you have a hell of a lot if you're an American. Her statement makes no sense if you stop and you actually pay attention to what she's saying, which she's obviously not expecting anyone to do. She didn't think anyone's actually listening to her. She's just saying stuff and hopes that it sounds good. But if you actually stop to pay attention, she has no idea what she's talking about. And it's becoming more and more apparent the more she speaks. But let's go on. Let's give her a chance.
I don't think it's a coincidence that this xenophobia and anti-immigrant feeling is happening at the same time as record levels of income inequality.
Okay. America isn't xenophobic. Enforcing the border and enforcing immigration law isn't xenophobic. In fact, every country on the face of the earth have laws about immigration and borders. Oh, what is it? Somewhere around 80% of every country on the face of the earth have walls. That's a fact. It's not, oh my God. It's not like, oh, I never know. There's like 192 countries in the world at this moment, and 125 of them have walls, borders. They have a fence, whether it's a fence or a wooden wall or chain link. Every country has them. 125 out of 192. And they have border patrols in every country patrolling that. Some of them are heavy duty, like over in Poland. Some of them are pretty lax, like the United States or Canada. But every country has them. So I don't know what she's talking about xenophobia when this is something every country does. She may not like it, but that doesn't make it xenophobic. We're not trying to grab every illegal alien and kill them. We're just saying matter of fact, we're not saying that no one can come into America. No Republican, MAGA, or anything else, no one has said you can't come to America. What we have said is come to America legally. There's a big difference. Xenophobia would be no one can come to America. We have closed the country to anyone. But that's not the truth. We get over 1 million people a year becoming American citizens, as long as they follow the legal process. So we're not, by definition, we are anything but. We're the exact opposite of xenophobia. We aren't letting in enough people to make AOC happy. We're not letting in the people AOC likes into the country as much as AOC would want. But that doesn't make us xenophobic. She's lying to your face. She's mixing her feelings with the reality that we all live in. She's delusional That's the other word for it. She's delusional, thinking that her feelings are the reality of the world when they're not. So she's completely wrong here. And we don't have anti-immigrant. And again, she's mixing up these terms. Anti-immigrant, no, anti-illegal alien. Democrats love to say migrant. They're not all migrants. There are legal migrants to America who have authorization to do so. And then we have illegal aliens, foreigners who are breaking our law. They're not the same. Democrats like to use the same term to mix them all together so that when you say, oh, you're out of your mind, you're wrong, they're like, no, legal migrants are fantastic. They will use the excuse and mix the terms together so you never know what they're really talking about. But it's very clear. They're two separate things. And America isn't anti-immigrant, not under Trump or anyone else. So she's wrong. That is just a bald, absolute, empirical lie. But we know that, according to Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez herself, when she spoke to 60 Minutes back in, 2018, she doesn't care about the empirical, factual truth. She cares about feelings. So let's hear some more of her feelings as she lies to you.
I also feel this way about Jim Crow and racism and all of this stuff.
Wait a minute. How do you feel about Jim Crow? You've just told us 5 different things, 5 different issues with 5 different types of resolutions. And you're telling us you feel the same way about Jim Crow as what? There's 5 different subjects you just brought up. Do you mean that you feel the same way about illegal aliens as you do about Jim Crow? Do you mean legal migrants? Do you mean what you call anti-immigration, which is enforcing the law? What exactly? You talked about income inequality. What's that got to do with Jim Crow? Exactly. How are you putting those two together? Or enforcing the law, which is ICE, which she also brought up. How's that got to do with Jim Crow? How is she putting these things together? Because it doesn't make sense the way she said it. Again, these are her words. This is the video. I have not altered anything. This is the video that's up right now that you and I can see. She makes no sense. Let's go on and see what else she says.
Which is that when there is so much economic insecurity, I don't want to say it's a driver, right? I want to be very clear about that.
Well, she's not being clear, and it isn't making sense. And she's right. It's not a driver of pretty much anything, but okay, but it's not making sense.
But I want to say that in the mix of deep racism and all of this,
she hasn't been alive to see deep racism. That would have been the 1930s. Not even the 1950s, the 1930s would have been deep racism. And even in the 1950s, after World War I, after World War II, after Korea, there was a lot of changes in a lot of people's minds about the different races, having fought side by side with them against the Germans, against the Japanese. There's a big difference in America in the 1950s, which then resulted in the changes in the 1960s and the civil rights movement. And we saw a lot of changes with that. So I was alive in the 1970s when there was still the remnants of that racism that was pretty much pervasive throughout the country, but dying. AOC is way younger than me. She has seen the results of everything after deep racism. She's never experienced deep racism. Well, I can't say she personally hasn't. The nation does not have deep racism going on like the 1950s and certainly not like the 1930s. She's out of her mind. She doesn't know what she's talking about. She's trying to magnify the issues, and there are some issues that still exist, and she's trying to magnify the hell out of them to make you feel like she knows what she's talking about, but she doesn't. And if you think, well, Mike, what do you mean there isn't deep racism in America? A interracial couple walking down the street in America turns no one's head. We have TV commercials by the thousands on every single program all the time. No one cares. No one even thinks about it. In 1970, you'd get killed for that. I know that for a fact. As I've talked about before, my family brought in and took in people, an interracial husband and wife, took them in because they had to leave South Carolina. They were going to get killed because they got married. That was the 70s. Early in the 70s. AOC she's never experienced that. She's never known a time where interracial couples like herself, her and her boyfriend, husband, whatever they are, that they've never had the experience of people will literally kill you because you're dating and out in public holding hands. She's never experienced that. She doesn't know what deep racism is. But let's go on.
The mix of that, when you feel like you could be next, when you feel like you are one accident away from losing your house and losing everything.
So she's talking about insurance now? So she's gone from racism, illegal immigration, law enforcement, economy, and insurance. She's everywhere. She is bouncing all over the place. None of this makes sense.
You kind of, there is the lesser impulse of us is to subjugate or to feel like there is another class of people that is below you.
No, that is a you thing, AOC. You feel like you should subjugate others. You feel like there are people below you. You feel like you have to do that. Don't speak for America. That is not the pattern of America. That is not the history of America. In fact, the history of America is largely, not entirely, but largely fighting against that, especially in the modern era of America. We have fought against people who believe others are beneath them, that they need to be subjugated. So that isn't the natural instinct, especially not in America, especially not in AOC's lifetime. I don't know where she comes up with this. Maybe that's what Democrats feel. Maybe that's what the progressives feel. Maybe that's what the Democratic Socialists of America feel. And maybe that's what AOC herself feels. But that isn't what American society is about. She is conflating her feelings and her impressions and the reality that we all live in. She's conflated that completely. But it's sad. And it's sad that she is trying to convince you that you're somehow some kind of bad, evil person for things that you have never done, that it only exist in the imagination of AOC. But let's go on.
That I'm not bad, right?
Mm-hmm. And you see the other woman you saw there, that's Alana. And she's just like, oh, yeah, bobblehead. Okay.
Systems require us, capitalism and our what have you, our society require.
Okay, capitalism isn't our society. That's just stupid. Capitalism does not require us to subjugate others. That is not true. That is not part of capitalism. And to say that is to misrepresent and misunderstand capitalism. Supposedly, AOC has a degree in economics. She knows this. Supposedly. I'd be amazed because she never seems to portray the knowledge that her degree supposedly implies she has. There is no way that you can say capitalism is equating to what she has just said about humanity. And it's not. That's not society. So she knows she's wrong, which is why she changes it and says, well, no, our society. But these aren't elements of the American society. It might be an element of Angola. It's definitely an element of China and North Korea and Iran, but it's not elements of America. So she's out of her mind. Let's go on.
Is to internalize the failures of our systems, to your point, right? It's not the school that failed the kids. It's that you're the dropout.
No, it's that the school failed the kid. Yes, if you drop out of school, someone could say, well, you screwed your life because you dropped out of school, which may or may not be true. I know lots of people. I worked for people who dropped out of school and they're multimillionaires. That's one does not mean the other. But I can tell you that if you dropped out of school, the school failed you. And we have lots of kids who are, well, there was a one kid, black girl, was admonished recently because she pointed out that the rest of her classmates were illiterate. We've talked about the graduate from Hartford High School who was illiterate. She's in college right now learning how to read and write. Our literacy rate in America has never gotten back to the height of 1979 before there was a federal education department. So she's out of her mind right now, AOC. Yes, we blame the system because you should blame the system. And by the way, the system is the Democrat system created by unions and Democrats to perpetuate the unions and Democrats. It's a cycle. The teachers union is one of the most powerful unions in the entire country, and they only support Democrats because that's part of their vortex. Yes, they failed. Not you for being the dropout. That's a different issue. You may drop out and you may be very successful in your life, or you may fail in your life. That's on you. Dropping out isn't a guarantee that you're going to have negative outcomes. It's higher probability, but not a guarantee. But the school system, in either case, failed you. That is a fact. So AOC, by her own subject, her own example, fails, and this argument is falling apart as she's trying to put it together. Literally, she's building on sand and it is crumbling in her face. Let's go on.
It's not that it's not that Walmart pays less than a living wage.
What is the living wage? Because, by the way, no, she can say I've heard it's $20, I've heard it's $25, I've heard it's $30, I've heard it's $50. It's some number that some leftist politician says, well, that's the number you should have. That number changes on a regular basis. Many businesses can't afford that. And there is no obligation because that number is arbitrary. What is it, $50? Well, then you should have $100 an hour. Why not? Well, they should pay me what I'm worth. Fantastic. You can ask for that. If they say no, then you're not worth it. It's that simple. You can say, I've done consulting. I do consulting, political and otherwise. And if I go to someone and I say, well, I charge $125, $250, $500 an hour. When I was a stockbroker, I could charge people $500 an hour for financial advice. Okay. I was a licensed stockbroker, actively involved at the time, $500 an hour. That's what my time was worth. And when people said, there were some people who would say, Mike, I can't afford that. I'm not going to do it. Okay, that doesn't mean my time wasn't worth $500 an hour, but it did mean those people didn't pay me. Okay, so what did my time become? What was I worth at that point? Zero, because I had no pay. Same thing for when you're a contractor. You could be the best photographer in the world. If no one pays for you to take the photograph, your time is worth nothing. You may still do the job. You still may be the most brilliant person in the universe, but you didn't get paid. Living wage is the money that you live on. And whether you make a lot or a little, you can live on it. It may be difficult to live on that. You may not be able to have a lot of luxuries on that, but you can live. So again, on multiple layers and in multiple ways, AOC has no idea what she's talking about. She's making this garbage up as she goes. As Norm Macdonald once said, this is commie gobbledygook. That's what she's putting out right now. But let's hear some more of this commie gobbledygook.
It's that I'm poor and I didn't work hard enough, so I didn't earn a better station in my life.
This is that earn comment that you've been hearing about. This is the context of what she said about earnings. We're going to get to that in 1 second. But you're poor, so you didn't earn. No. She's, again, just making this up as she goes. She's making assumptions and injecting her feelings into the argument that no one else is making. These are things that she feels. This is what she thinks, not everyone else. Let's go on.
It's, clean out your yogurt containers to recycle them rather than tax fossil fuel.
Okay, that makes no sense. So that just makes no sense. I don't even know what that means. Recycle your yogurt containers. I don't even eat yogurt. Obviously, these are vegan leftists, apparently. And their yogurt. Ooh, you got to clean out your yogurt. Okay, whatever. And if you don't clean out your recycling, well, you're the bad person. But the real bad person is a fossil fuel company. What? They're not even on the same scale. They have nothing to do with each other. You're talking about individual action versus corporate actions. You're talking about man-made climate change, which probably I don't believe exists, and the math doesn't say that. They're just making this out of their ass. They have no idea what they're talking about. This makes no sense whatsoever. But okay, they're just huffing farts from each other at this point.
That's right. And so what happens is, like, when you have these systems, when you have corporations, when you have an economic elite, they have not, there's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned.
How much is that? There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned. What is that amount? That's the first question. And if this were a legitimate argument, if this were a legitimate interview, if AOC had any idea what she was talking about, she would be able to identify how much. That's the first thing. Because if there isn't a how much, this is completely arbitrary. It is subjective. It is her idea and her feeling, not a fact. And to say that there's this level is not in fact true. She just feels like it should be true. She is a liar. This is unreal, untrue. There is no such thing as a level of wealth, a level of accumulation that is unearned. You could have money that is unearned. That could be $1. You could have $1 that you did not earn. You could also have $1 billion that you did not earn. That is incidental. That there is no level in that. So she makes no sense in what she is saying. This is commie gobbledygook. Is she saying this in a touchy-feely kind of way to women so that you can't complain and that you can't point out she has no idea what she's talking about? She's hiding behind, I'm a congresswoman. You're an idiot. Being a congresswoman doesn't make you smart. And it doesn't make your argument make any sense. It is meaningless. It is vapid. Let's go on.
Right? You can't earn.
Look at her. Right? Yeah, the bobblehead is just bobbling. Bobblehead just goes bobble. She has no idea what she's talking about.
$1 billion.
That's right.
No, that's not. Let's go back. I want to hear that again. You can't earn $1 billion.
Certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned. right?
Bobblehead. Oh, yep. Whatever you say. Yep. Socialism. Yeah, we want to be communists. Go on.
You can't earn $1 billion.
Liar. That is an abject, complete lie. And there's no way to justify that. You can earn. Let's see. If you make a product, that product generates income, and that income goes to you, you have earned $1 billion. If you can sell something for $1 billion, or you can sell many things and gather together $1 billion, you can, in fact, that is something that we have seen done. In fact, if you want to talk about like Bill Gates, you want to talk about Steve Jobs, you want to talk about Mark Zuckerberg, Mark Cuban, Jeff Bezos, they earned $1 billion. In fact, more than that, much more than that. AOC may not like that, but they did earn that. They created businesses that were able to generate revenues that they received payment from. They earned it. They did the work to get that done. That work includes creating the company that has a purpose and a job. Like whether it's making a program or making a cell phone or delivering a good, that is a business that generates income that they get paid for because they did it. Jeff Bezos, Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, they all started with nothing. They started with an idea. They risked their money and they risked their time and they risked their opportunities to create these businesses, to get the people, to get the infrastructure, to be able to make it grow so that they could then make more wealth. They reinvested their early capital and helped to build and to grow that business, which is why they're in charge of it. They were the founders of it. They put that time, that money, that effort in to get the reward later. They earned the results, the rewards they now collect. You may not like that they have outsized returns. You may not like the amount of wealth they were able to create. Here's the thing. We're in America. You can make as much money as you want. You have the right to make $1 billion. You have the right to earn $1 billion. AOC is trying to tell you you can't. AOC wants to control your pocket. She wants to control your income. She wants to decide how much you are worth. That's what the Democratic Socialists of America believe. That is what socialists believe. That is what communists believe. They want to destroy your life and your quality of life. And this is the argument they're using to do it. And Bobblehead is just like, yep. Well, Bobblehead, think about this for a second. If AOC says if you can't earn $1 billion, then you can't earn 10. It's the same argument. If the argument is you can't earn this, then you can't earn anything, which means that Bobblehead here on her show, the money she makes from her program and her sponsors, she didn't earn it. It's not her money because she's just reading an ad. She didn't earn that. Not that this Ilana, you know what? She put her time and her energy onto the internet and creating a program on the internet, gaining an audience, developing her skills, being able to communicate with people, taking the risk. That's her earning it. Either she earned everything she makes off of her channel, good for her, or she's earned nothing, and therefore she deserves none of the wealth that she has right now. That's what AOC said. That's what Bobblehead is agreeing to. She has no idea what she's talking about, because I guarantee you, if you said you didn't earn your show and the money that you make off that show, she would say, no, I earned it. Then you can earn $1 billion. Just because you haven't doesn't mean you can't. Okay, let's go on.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. AOC may not have earned it. Bobblehead may not have earned it. A lot of people may not have earned $1 billion, but you can. You just haven't done it. Not because you're dumb, not because you are black, white, Puerto Rican, whatever the hell you are. You just haven't. Sometimes that takes not just effort, it takes some luck, it takes opportunity, it has making the right decision at the right moment in your life at the right time. It's about timing, it's about consistency, it is about quality, it is about the idea, it is about the effectiveness and the efficiency. There's a lot to it. It is not so simple as, yeah, but it can't be done. You're just some lying, cheating bastard. No. The only people who say that are people who have a political agenda, like AOC. She has a political agenda here. Again, AOC, what have you made? AOC, you're a bartender. You earned nothing. You're a bartender and a member of Congress. You have created nothing. AOC has passed 0 bills while she has been in Congress. 0. She is literally ineffective and inefficient at her job. Not one bill she has put forward has passed. So she has earned nothing. Why is she getting paid? Oh, she'll tell you, no, you don't understand. But AOC, you make over $200,000 a year federal tax free, and you earn nothing. According to AOC's own words, she has never earned it. There's no byproduct. There's no result of what she has done. She's just taking money. She's stealing money from you. So that's just one way of looking at it. But let me see what else she has to say here.
Exactly correct.
You can get market power. You can break rules. You can.
Notice how she instantly, again, just like when she started this, she's going to the negative. She's going to all the evil. She is projecting the only thing that she can conceive of. She can't think of. I've given examples of positive things. I've given examples of how beneficial things can be, how they can be mutually supportive. She's going to, the only thing she can think of is negative, horrible, terrible. This is the way that AOC thinks. AOC thinks about power, and she thinks about corruption, and she thinks about herself. She is projecting her mental image. She didn't have to. We can have this conversation. I was trying to build it up from a constructive point of view. She's looking at destroying things because it is her way. If she had $1 billion, she would destroy people. She is revealing that she is willing, I believe, to destroy and to subjugate people to make $1 billion. And she can't imagine that there is any way that she could get $1 billion without being corrupt, vile, and destructive, which makes me wonder about her net worth right now. What has she done to get as much money as she gets now if she believes the only way to wealth is through the negative and vile actions? If that's what she thinks, then what has she done? Which is a question no one on the left will ever ask her. No one on the left will ever say, I have a question here. If that's the only thing you can imagine, what have you done to get the net worth you have now? How did you earn it? And they will never ask her that, but they absolutely should, because she's projecting, and she's projecting hard, and her projections are dark as hell. It is a deep, dark pit that she is speaking about, that she has created. No one else, just her.
Do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws.
Yep.
You can pay people less than what they're worth.
Yep.
Or you can pay people what they're willing to accept, because they're not slaves. This is America. They're not slaves working for these people. Again, you could work for Oprah. You could work for Bernie Sanders. You could work for AOC. That doesn't mean you're a slave. By the way, AOC, when you were a bartender, were you making $1 billion? Were you stealing money from your customers to make your bills meet, to get the amount of money you think you deserve to earn? Were you just stealing money from your customers? I really wonder that, because it sounds like you're the kind of bartender that would have skimmed off the top. You would have stolen your customers' money that you would steal from the business that you worked at. Just a question of, did you get caught? Let me go on.
But you can't earn that, right?
That's right.
And so you have to create a myth that since you didn't earn that, you have to create a myth of earning it.
Okay, so did Michael Jordan create a myth that he is a great, if not one of the greatest basketball players ever? Did Oprah Winfrey create a myth that she is a Black woman in charge of a production company and that she was able to to produce programs that millions, tens of millions of women around the world enjoyed and wanted to participate in? Are these myths? Are these things that are not true? They just made it up? You're out of your mind, AOC. Out of your mind. This is the most ridiculous, stupid, short-sighted mental gymnastics that I've ever seen. She has an economics degree. And people look at her and go, well, she's a financial genius. She is a moron. This is the most simplistic, stupid kind of argument I have ever heard. And if there is anyone who is watching this and says, Mike, but you just don't understand, please explain it to me. Please just try and explain it to me, because I'm a pretty knowledgeable man. I've been involved with business all my life. I know many business owners. This is what she is saying is categorically untrue and stupid. And yet there are people who hear this and say, well, she should be president of the United States. Please never think about this. This woman would demonize and enslave anyone for power. Listen to her words. She's telling you that. And you want her to have the power of the presidency? You sick bastards. This is just insane. This is just insane. All right. My dog Khan just woke up. And he's going to want to go outside. It's almost 6 o'clock. So he's going to want to go for a walk. I'm going to give him a walk. Now, all that means is we're going to take a quick break and then we'll come back. But I want to take an opportunity. There we go. Bear with me 1 second here. So I'm going to take an opportunity because AOC is pissing me off. And before I start cursing up a storm, which, trust me, I was right on the edge of doing. So before I curse up a storm and wind up pissing off my audience, I'm going to take an opportunity. I'm going to walk my dog. I'm going to have a cigarette. I'm going to calm down. And then I'll come back and we'll finish the show. And I am more than happy to hear, in the time I am gone, anyone who wants to tell me, Mike, but you don't understand how to earn $1 billion. You don't know what earning money is or what a living wage is. Please line up all the questions. All of the leftist elected officials, candidates, organizations, line up your questions, please, because I'll be happy to debunk every one of these dumbass ideas, because it's just insane and it's insulting. It really, really is. But that's okay. I'm not going to freak out. What I'm going to play right now is we're going to be gone for about 45 minutes. So let's call it 6:45. We'll be back. This is about the Trump presidency. This was recorded on April 8th, as I recall, April 8th, that this was recorded. You may have seen it came out. It became available. There was an embargo on when I could present this. It had to come out on community TV first. It has. And now it's on my channel and it's available. Please do enjoy watching this. and you're going to hear some more crazy leftist logic, and you're going to see me debunk that. But I will be back in about 45 minutes, folks. I will talk to you in a moment. Thank you for joining us today here on BronxNet Community TV. I thank you all for joining us on a special event. We're going to be talking about the Trump administration, America, and our future. And we're going to be going into a few deep dives into topics that I think affect everyone in America and will be very important to our future. Now, I have two guests with me here today, and you can see on my left, I have Daniel Lanzolata, and on my right, I have Bebe Ahmad. Now, we're going to have a great conversation today.
Yes, we are.
For those who are unaware, we have Daniel, who is an environmental activist. We have Bebe, who is a political candidate in Westchester County. I think it's going to be a lively conversation. And to that end, I just want to jump in straight. We'll do the introductions a little bit later, but I want to just jump right in on the first thing. We are in 2026. This is the midterm election year. It is a pivotal time for Donald Trump, MAGA, Republicans, and quite honestly, all of America. And many people are trying to figure out how are the midterm elections going to go? Because depending on who wins and how, we could see a major shift throughout the entire nation. So I'm going to start off by asking each of you to give me your opinion on looking at the 2026 midterm elections. What is the policy of Donald Trump that is most going to affect the midterms, and why? And I'll start actually with ladies first. Baby.
Great to be here, Mike. Thank you, and great to have you here, Danielle.
Thank you.
Midterm. What's going to happen is that we know that people have been clamoring and thinking, oh my God, Trump is done with the war in Iran. I'm going to tell you that it's going to wind down in the next week. It's going to settle down. And what's going to be happening is people are going to look at their pockets. Gas prices are going to plummet back down. People are going to be happy about that. The stock exchange and Wall Street is going to rise up once again. What's going to happen is that we're going to settle into another area of growth. And in terms of the midterms, it's going to positively affect Donald Trump or Republicans and/or Republicans come November. That's what I feel, because this is settled. If you're talking about the war, it is settled. And if you oil, we're going to have $1 minus on the gas pumps.
So are you saying that, just for clarification, Republicans will take is that the House and the Senate, or either, just for clarification?
So we have both right now, as you know. The threat and the worry was that whether the Republicans would lose the House. I will say they will keep the House. I will say at least minimum they will keep the House and definitely keep the Senate. That's my take on it.
Okay. And now, on the opposite side of, well, potentially on the opposite, I don't want to speak for you, we have Dan.
I come from a different point of view, obviously. It's more on the environmental side, and so far Donald Trump's track record with the environment is very, very bad. It doesn't compare to President Biden's and the EPA and what he's done with the EPA, and especially with Lee Zeldin. I think it's going to be just the opposite. I think people have memories now that are going to realize that Donald Trump did not keep one promise. From the day he said in 24 hours, a day after he was elected, that he was going to bring the prices down, food prices down, gas prices down. He's done everything but done that. He's jeopardized black and brown people to go over to war to protect what, the 1%? I don't think that's going to be. It's not. The prices of oil are definitely not coming down because people are making a lot of money, and that's Donald Trump's strategy to lose the war to increase America's productivity because we have reserves.
Okay, before
and
we
his
go into
invasion of Venezuela as well.
Before we go into Bebe's position, which you kind of took on a little bit, and that's fine, but I want to get a full understanding of your position. So you're saying that, if I'm understanding you correctly, that the American people are going to look at Donald Trump's positions, what he's done in the last year and a half, rounding off, and they're going to say, oh my God, things were so much better under Joe Biden and Democrats, and they're going to vote Democrat. Is that for the House and the Senate, or have I misunderstood something?
I think that people are waking up to the fact that he did not follow through with all his promises. It's factual. We're not looking at something that's not documented, and all the other things that revolve around why did he attack Iran? It's an illegal war. He did not get congressional approval to attack a country that was, even though it politically, whatever it may be, under Ayatollah, it still was an illegal situation that he took upon himself, that he can go bomb a country. And so what is he protecting, and why did he go that route?
Well, before you go further with that, again, I have to ask the same question. Mm-hmm. Do you think Democrats are going to take the House, the Senate, or both?
I think yes. I think they will take both. I think people are starting to see the MAGNA community is coming to realize that he did not live up to anything that he promised,
okay.
and so therefore,
well, before we go further,
there will be a shift of consciousness.
I understand. So, because you put a lot on the table there, so let me put in my 2 cents on that, which is a little actually different than both of you. To be fair, I thought you both were going to say that it was going to be Iran. I was actually a little afraid of that. But I don't believe it's Iran, actually, and I absolutely disagree with you, Dan. We'll talk about that in a second. But what I do believe it is going to be about the economy. At the end of the day, everyone's going to be looking at how this is affecting their pocketbook. And I think that we have had a lot of success, and we have a lot of things that are affecting the economy right now. Once those things settle out, and as we go forward, we're going to see that the economy is actually in good shape. And we'll go over some of the numbers on that in a moment. Now, you in the audience, you may have your own opinion, maybe something completely different, but we've got two very different positions here, three different positions. Let's see how we think about each other. Now, for myself, Dan, you mentioned a lot of things. First of all, Donald Trump, it is a fact that he has fulfilled many of his promises. Now, you can say that Donald Trump promised that day one certain prices would change. You know, that we would see food prices, we would see energy prices drop down. And it didn't happen on day one. Have they gone down? Absolutely. We know that under the Biden-Harris administration, it was 12.4% food inflation just on food. There was actually an average of 17.5% overall inflation and 22% at the peak under the Biden administration. Prices have gone down. What was the peak in gasoline as one item to point out? $5.02 across the nation. Even in a war that or a conflict that we're in right now, we still haven't reached that point, and with the ceasefire, we're not going to, at least for another 2 weeks. So I think that's factually incorrect. And so when Americans look back and say, were we better under Biden, were we better under Trump, a factual, not feelings, but a factual analysis of the numbers and looking at our pocketbooks, while prices haven't dropped dramatically, they have dropped. And people are better off than where they were under Biden at the same time. Now, that's my position on that. let me give Bebe a chance, and then I'll let you respond as well. Bebe.
Well, I did concur with you, Mike. I said the war is going to settle. There's a peace agreement on the table now, or let's say, pause in hostilities. It's going to settle. And I agree with you. The stock market, again, will soar. Oil will flow, which is a foundational component of our economy. And that's going to happen. I agree with you completely, Mike. It's going to settle. And by the summer rolls in, it'll be nice around the country. I think people will feel good. Prices cannot come down immediately and in one day. Like you said, on day one, it couldn't happen. So there is a huge economy, the most powerful economy on planet Earth. It takes a minute. It takes a minute to adjust to policies from 4 years ago. So I agree completely. I think it will affect how people feel, and it's going to affect the voting. It's going to affect the voting. And I believe that we will keep the House.
Okay.
And we have to keep the House, at least.
So let me give you a question.
Yes, sir.
A counter. Many people, and I in particular, believe that the war will last in total about 3 to 6 months, probably ending by August at the latest. Now, if that is correct, because looking at the 10-point deal that has been proposed by Iran and Pakistan and China, there's a lot of it that it is realistic to say that Donald Trump will not agree with that. Okay. So if that is the case, and we re-enter this war, won't that have an impact if the war continues and does last for 3 to 6 months?
That is a possibility. What I am going to say is that if Iran agreed to a pause in the hostilities, they're ready to deal. Everybody, when you negotiate, you're negotiating at a standard where that's why it's called negotiation. You're going to put up things that the opponent and the other side will not agree to, and that's why it's a negotiation, and you come to some kind of compromise. So definitely, you put out something where the two parties are not going to be agreeable to that, but that will settle in. And if Pakistan is in it, right? You just said that Pakistan and the other Middle Eastern countries, they've got to settle this war. They know that. They're right in the middle of it. Geopolitically, they're right there. Their citizens are at risk. Their economies, their whole structure of their countries at risk. We're far away. We're 2 oceans away. We are 2 oceans away. So we're safe, but I think it'll settle. I think it'll settle before August, sir. And I don't think hostilities will reemerge.
Okay. Dan, I've given you, I've rebutted some of your points, and we've added on a couple of more. So let me give you some time to address all of that.
There's a lot to address. I mean, from my point of view, from an artistic point of view, an environmental point of view, from an activist point of view in the environment, I just see this whole thing completely different than both of you. I see that the memory of Americans is pretty short.
Very much.
And if you're going to base everything on the economy and oil, we're done. It's over. The American empire is over. And it's over because we're so trapped in this idea of fossil fuels. There's a whole nother world out there that is waiting to bloom. The technologies are all there. But because of the fossil fuel industrial complex, which is based around plastics, pharmaceuticals, just look at the Strait of Hormuz. 20% of that oil is coming through there. It's choking the world economies. And on top of it, nitrogen, which is a base of fertilizer, which is made from oil, crude oil, it's going to affect farming, not now, but in a few weeks or months. Okay. And that's going to cause a lot of pushback on feeding the planet. And that's Donald Trump's agenda. His agenda is to control the populations of the world. Why didn't the European nations? Before
you go further,
the European nations are against him. Spain, for instance.
So you stepped into something that, let's address this right off the bat. No one knows what Donald Trump's agenda is. You're not in his mind. And to assume that he's a authoritarian, a dictator, is not something that has been confirmed.
I never said he was.
Many people have. Well, that is what you were alluding to.
No.
That's
he's
what
a
I was
puppet.
hearing. You may not have intended that.
He's a puppet. And guess who's controlling his strings?
Which one this week? Is it Netanyahu or is it Putin?
I'd like to know.
Just look at the headlines. Look at what's going on.
Okay.
He's actually shaking in his boots because he lost control of the Strait of Hormuz.
Dan, wait. First of all, he didn't lose the Strait of Hormuz. What he did is he started off with a statement. By the way, folks, if you're seeing this a little bit later, yesterday was the deadline for Iran to reach a ceasefire with the United States so that Donald Trump did not go in. And what he initially said was he was going to bomb the bridges and infrastructure, mostly the power plants.
That's a war crime.
One, no, it's not. But going on, that's just not true. And two, he then, when that got no reaction either from Iran or the news media, he then followed that up, and he is bombastic, there is no question. And many people were very upset when he said, we will bomb you, we will remove your civilization. Now, you may not like that, but bombastic statements by presidents, especially at times of military action, is not unusual or foreign to anyone. So that's one thing, and we'll get that. Now, you're talking about the food crisis. Really, you do acknowledge and you do understand that we have been in a food crisis. There's literally, at this moment, 30% less food in the world as opposed to 2019. You're aware of that?
I can't say that I am aware of that, but I can tell.
Wait a minute. Let me finish. That is a fact. In fact, since the start of the Ukraine war, we have seen that there has been 30% less food in the world, and that's because of the Biden-Harris policies and their international diplomacy, which was non-existent. And we continue to be in that realm at this moment. Until that conflict ends, the world is at the moment 30% less food. Adding to that, you can make the argument that we could see an additional 10 to 15% if the Strait of Hormuz is closed. But that is a separate argument in a separate situation, which you've now combined. You aren't correct.
Actually, nothing is separated from each other. This is about living and looking at the world as things that are dependent on other things that happen. So you can't separate oil and nitrogen from the rest of everything that's going on. Everything is based on situations that make other things happen. And the fact that Donald Trump illegally attacked the country under the assumption that they have nuclear warheads,
Dan,
and then he wants a ceasefire that he created? I'm sorry.
We're going to address it, and I think you're misstating some of the facts and some of the conclusions with your personal views.
Did he not attack them?
But we are going to be going to a break shortly. So that's why I'm cutting you off, is because we have a break. I understand your position, but the position I'm hearing is one that seems to be formed more based on your impression of Donald Trump and his the way he presents the facts as opposed to the facts on the ground. But we will address that and many other things in just a few moments. We're going to be going to break. And folks, trust me, this isn't the end of the conversation. We'll be back with you in just a few moments.
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vance roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. his ultimate creed, a dragon's perspective where facts are the seed, standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the rough, right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us here on this BronxNet special, talking about Donald Trump, the Trump administration, his policies, and how it's going to affect you and everyone around the world. I hope you are enjoying this. Please remember to let everyone know about this and to leave a comment and tell us how much you've enjoyed it so far. In fact, I think you've been enjoying the conversation going back and forth so far, and I want to give you an opportunity to know a little bit more about each of my guests. Let me start off with, first of all, since we spoke to Bebe first, we're going to speak to Daniel. And Daniel, tell us a little about yourself.
Well, thank you, Mike. I'm born and raised here in the Bronx, and I lived overseas for many years in France, in Paris, in the southwest of France, on the border of Spain. I'm a graduate of Carnegie Mellon University. I've worked as a chef, both in France, here in America, and I live my life as an environmental artist. I have my own show here at BronxNet, Corin's Picks at the moment, which is now going to be changed over to Artist, Art, and Activism. That's going to be the name of the show. It's called Artivation. And the environment and how we treat the world and how we treat each other is a very important aspect of my lifestyle and my cultural diversity and ethnic identity. So I'm very attached to my hometown, and I see the Bronx as a place where everyone is part of my consciousness. Where I grew up, when people said the Bronx, they separated the South Bronx from the Bronx. Mm-hmm. And when you travel as a person from the Bronx, you're from the Bronx, and that's pretty much it. And I've been defending that my entire life. I'm very active in Connecticut, in the arts community, also here in the Bronx, in New York City, in the boroughs, Brooklyn, Manhattan, the Bronx particularly. So it's a very important part of my identity. My core values come from this place called the Bronx, and I'm very proud of that.
Well, there's a lot to be proud of, and I am from the Bronx as well. So, hey, for all the Bronxites out there, you're getting some representation, and everyone loves representation, right? Well, with that said, but Bebe, let's talk a little bit about you. In fact, tell us a little about maybe the campaign, yourself.
Well, just to echo the beautiful Bronxite sentiments here, I was raised in the Bronx, South Bronx, High Bridge, East Bronx, and we're all happy to call it home, and it is a gorgeous tapestry of cultures and people. We were put in, when I came to America 50 years ago, we were put into bilingual classes because nobody knew what an Indian was. And literally, that's a wonderful way to say it's an amazing borough. I am a retired high school teacher, AP US History in particular. So at Lehman College, I actually taught American government at Lehman College earlier in my graduate school days. But I am running now for Westchester Board of Legislators, up in Westchester, a county legislator. And my focus is on local issues. Local issues. It is a local government. It's limited, but we have to deal with taxes. We have to deal with the ever-increasing burdens on the average family. And the fact of the matter that young people, I own my property. Young people cannot even think about owning their own property now. So I am focused on what is sustainable in the future for our young people. Many people of my generations and older, they have their homes. They raise their children. I raised my children in Yonkers. But what can we offer to our future? What do we need to know? That it is they're good communities, homes, families, strong schools, safe streets. That's what I'm interested about.
Okay.
Yes.
And now I'm going to tell you a little bit about your host. Yes, I'm Michael Voss. I've been doing political commentary for over 20 years, a former candidate for Congress in the New York 22nd District. I, too, have run for county position as county legislator, and so have a little experience in the political realms. And I thank you both for taking some time out today to speak with me on these issues. For the audience, you may be surprised, you see them writing in the notes, they actually didn't know any of the questions or any of the topics until we walked into the studio, and we almost immediately started taping. So everyone is pretty much on their own here. So we're going to switch gears. And I know we haven't finalized, but there is no final answer about the midterm elections, other than, I believe, at this moment, we see that Democrats will probably pick up 3 House seats. The Senate will remain Republican. They may lose 1, maybe 2 seats. But that's what I see as the outlook, just to give my opinion on that. I know you both gave your own. Now, but moving forward, let's try another topic that I know is very much a hot button for most of America. And that's going to be the SAVE Act. For those who are unfamiliar with the SAVE Act, you probably have heard it talked about as voter ID. Being able to present a recognized form of ID to be able to register and to be able to vote. In America, on average, almost every poll shows an average of 83% of America agrees on this idea. When you break it down to different groups, Democrats 81%, Republicans are about 87%, Black is about 76%. So it's easy to say overwhelmingly, the majority of America, the supermajority of America says voter ID. The SAVE Act is meant to do that. Do you like it? Do you not? Again, I'll start with you, Dan.
Donald Trump is a disruptor, and he's trying to disrupt it. He claimed that during the first election when he lost, the second time when he lost, that it was rigged. And it was proven over and over again in many courts by many judges that it was not rigged in any way, shape, or form. And this is his way of trying to control who's voting. He wants to take voting rights away from women. I find that totally abhorrent. He wants to change all the districting.
One moment.
That's what
he's
doing.
Dan.
That's
one
what
moment,
he's
Dan.
doing.
You're attributing feelings and motivations to Donald Trump that you don't know. But you're saying, one, that Black Americans in every single poll that has been done over the last 5 years, that overwhelmingly by supermajority say they want this, you're saying that's no good. You're saying that women are somehow being oppressed. I've heard this before.
Of course they're being
oppressed.
oppressed.
The argument makes no sense because the most common...
abortion rights is a form of oppression.
Dan, the most common argument I have heard on this, and you can correct me if this is not your argument, is that women will be incapable of being able to get the ID, even though women at this moment, when they get married, are capable of changing their name and having the IDs. And that is something that is also included. And if you've read the bill, that would be answered by Section 1, Item 3. But is that your argument?
My argument is that I'm observing what I'm observing from what I can gather that's available to me. And what I keep saying is that Donald Trump and his mechanisms to try to change everything because he feels that he's going to lose his popularity is down to 30%. Why is that? Why did he bomb Iran in the first place? Does that have anything to do with the Epstein files? To change and distract anything?
Okay, so
I mean, the whole
thing,
Dan, his whole persona and everything he does
Dan,
is about poor Donald.
Okay, one moment, Dan.
Poor Donald.
Again, you're attaching your emotional.
No, I'm not.
Well,
I'm not
let me
emotional
finish
about
my
it
statement
whatsoever.
I let you speak.
I'm just
I
telling
let
you
you
the
speak.
facts.
Let me finish my point. it comes off, whether you intend it or not, the perception is that you are injecting your feelings into a political arena, and it isn't matching up. You've jumped, and you've also moved the goalposts to bring up Epstein files and to bring up Iran, which have nothing to do with what the subject at hand, which is the SAVE Act.
The subject is to try to keep him in power.
No.
He even wants a third term.
Dan, we're going to give Bebe a chance to speak because you've made your position.
Absolutely.
I've commented as well, but that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. And Bebe, so what is your opinion about the SAVE Act and voter ID?
So we're looking at the stats, as you told me, from the poll numbers. You got 81% Democrat, 87 Republican, and you're looking at African Americans at 76, right?
Approximately.
So women are in all three subcategories. For me to think that as, say, a DOE teacher, and I can't even go into my building without an ID, okay? That's number one. Those are facts. Let's go to what we have in other Western democracies. They have IDs. Let's go to countries that have transitioned to democracy in the 1990s after the fall of the Soviet Union. ID, whether it's a thumbprint or something, some ID. Why is it that we cannot ask our citizens, ourselves as a country, to just get with the standard? That's the standard. That is the international standards that we see across with our allies and with other emergent democracies. So we need to get with that standard. I don't know why we never, like historically, I'm trying to think back if I can find it, why we never required it. Maybe I am incorrect on that position. I think the SAVE Act, to make sure that we have citizens voting, will not deprive anybody or anyone who really wants to have an ID and want to exercise their rights as citizens to vote. They can get that. Tell me how they cannot. And if you're looking at percentages of people that cannot get it, they can and should reach out according to the SAFE Act to get that help in order to get a proper ID, versus the number of people that have been documented trying to vote that are not citizens.
Well, at this point, based on all data that has been able to be researched on it, the only people who don't have ID and don't have access overwhelmingly are those who don't wish to have it. There are some exceptions to that.
There you go.
And let's be fair, but that is an overwhelming minority of people in America. Even the poor in many, in over 15 states, you're able to get a photo ID for free. Many states have it at a discount on top of that.
That's right.
So that isn't an issue, but here's the question I think everyone's missing, and I think it's missing in much of the debate.
Okay.
America wants it.
Okay.
And whether Donald Trump wants it or not, whether you and I as individuals want it or not, we're being told by Democrats predominantly and almost exclusively that we can't have it. And my problem, I believe, in this, and I think this is how it's affecting America, is we have a portion of government that's denying the American people the ability, they're rejecting their oath of office, which is to serve, and instead they are ordering, like neo-nobles. Now, Dan, would you agree with that aspect of what I'm speaking about?
I agree with some of it, yes.
Which part don't you agree with?
I could see your point that if these numbers reflect the populations, you said 73% of the black community?
76.
76%?
There's several polls, but in that range, yes.
I don't know those facts for absolute, but I'm not opposing an ID. I'm just saying, what is the end game for Donald Trump to keep him in office?
Okay, but
and what about the mail-in ballots? He wants to get rid of that.
Okay, well, first things first. You're saying it's about Donald Trump, but Donald Trump isn't, as an example, 76% of black Americans, nor is he 81% of Democrats. So to assign this as orange man bad, orange man wants this because of power trip is an inaccurate and ineffective argument. It doesn't match the reality of 81% of Democrats want this. That has nothing to do with Donald Trump. 76% of blacks. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. So shouldn't Congress pass the bill?
If the majority rules.
Okay. And baby, let me come back to you on that. You've heard my additional thoughts and some of Dan's as well. How's that? Do you agree that, with my supposition, that Congress should be listening to the will of the majority of America? And by the way, those statistics I've provided, which can be found at CNN, MSNBC, it's across all major credible news media in the United States for the last 5 years. What do you think about all that?
So the numbers should speak clearly, right? What I am going to point out is that this is a huge change for our nation. And I want to talk about that. I want to give it a moment. That this is a huge change for our nation. And I think maybe a lot of the resistance to that is because this is not traditional to what we've done. And maybe we need time, Democrats and maybe some Republicans also need time to absorb what this means. And this is a new transition. It's a transition as a nation to move into this law now where you must show ID. I don't know what the feelings are in this, but I think there's just a point with the numbers. It should be clear cut, black and white, right? Here's the ID. This is the law. Please show it. I just think that there's a lot of historical trauma. And I think maybe Daniel, or maybe you might be talking about, the Democrats are talking about Jim Crow. Let's talk about that for a moment, Mike.
We'll be brief. We've got a couple other things to go into.
I'm just going to say that maybe people are hesitant. I myself, being a history teacher, I am looking back as to the trauma of Jim Crow, poll tax, literacy tests, things like that, that prevented African Americans from voting, right? I am also going to acknowledge that. So, but yes, it might take a moment to absorb it and to understand that this is where our country wants to go, but we are dealing with historical impediments and obstacles to American citizens voting.
See, and I
want to honor that. I just want to honor that.
I understand that, but I think that when we say that 76% of Black Americans who were the most affected, looking at the world today with all corrections that we have done because of those events, and they're saying, but no, I want voter ID, I don't think that's a factor. I cannot understand myself, others may, why Democrats are preventing, and this has already gone through the House, it is currently in the Senate, and Democrats are stonewalling it from becoming law, and the argument that I hear just doesn't make sense. But that being said, and that we're not here to resolve every issue in Congress or in America today, but I think there is something else that's analogous to that, and I know you'd like to talk about mail-in ballots, but we don't have time for that. Because we're going to talk about something else that's probably even more of a hot button, and that's going to be immigration. Okay? Because I think all of the issues we've talked about today, in terms of the future of America, the midterm elections, the U.S. economy, looking at voting, illegal immigration touches on each and every one of these aspects, and this is some of your holistic approach that you had mentioned before, Dan. It's a little bit of everything touches on illegal immigration. So Donald Trump has almost immediately, almost instantly from him taking office in January of 2025, we've seen a roughly, depending on which stat you want to go with, somewhere between 93 and 95% reduction in illegal entries into America, predominantly from the southern border, although northern border, we have a lot of people who come in through there, but that also has been reduced. That has also, at the same time, we've also seen that across the entire country, especially in the urban cities, we've seen a roughly 15 to 25% reduction in violence. I think that we see them, now this could be correlation, it could be consequence. I tend to believe it's consequence, and I tend to believe that America is more on the right track with illegal immigration, reducing that aggressively, as 77 million people voted for. Not everyone agrees. Where do you stand on that, Bebe? Actually, we'll go to you, Bebe.
Okay. Clearly, I'm an immigrant, a happy immigrant. 1976, it'll be 50 years here, legally. And the argument is that this country is built on immigration. Certainly true. But illegal immigration, again, I point to our allies, I point to Western democracies, I point to other countries in the world. Every country has its sovereign right to set its laws as per international relations to its borders. Every country has that sovereign right. And if we are not implementing any new laws, sir. We are enforcing the laws that have been on the books for 60, 70 years or more. So what's the argument about? The argument is illegal immigration. Look at the word, it's illegal, right? It's illegal. Can we have it legal? We are having it legal. Please go through the process. Please go. What I say is this, and I'll end this. Everybody, when you look at where people want to emigrate to, look at who's knocking on the door of the United States. 2 billion people would like to come. 2 billion people would like to come. Just because they can't swim across the Atlantic Ocean or the Indian Ocean, it doesn't make it fair. If you want to open the doors, open it to 2 billion people. If you're ready for that, go ahead. Go ahead and do that. No, we need a process that's legal and procedural and without chaos. So yeah, illegal immigration is illegal, Mike. That's why it's wrong. We need to stop it.
2 billion people would be a daunting task for any administration to deal with, I think. But we did see, under the Biden-Harris administration, we did see an increase of, depending on which estimate you want to go with, somewhere between 8 to 12 million illegal aliens because of the Democratic push for more open borders, which in many sanctuary cities and states we continue to see. These would be mostly in the bluer than blue states, overwhelmingly, Democrat strongholds. But that being said, I tend to believe, Dan, that you may take a somewhat different stance.
I certainly do.
Okay.
And I would say that no one is illegal on stolen land. And so we never have dealt with these issues of historical issues of the founding of this land, of Turtle Island. I have to protect that. I'm sorry. And I come from immigrants. I'm a child of immigrants. And I am dumbfounded by the way our new arrivals are treated. I am in shock that ICE would go to courthouses where people of color, particularly, are being apprehended and arrested while they're trying to do the right thing. Oh, I'm sorry.
One moment.
I'm sorry.
One moment.
No. ICE is got to be abolished.
Okay.
And this whole administration there's no humanity here. Where is the compassion and humanity?
Okay.
And particularly bringing South Africans in to make a statement about white supremacy? I'm sorry. This is crazy.
One moment.
This is crazy, this administration and its immigration idea.
Dan?
Yes,
Dan?
there are people who come here illegally, but there are people who do the right thing, and they're still getting harassed and kicked out, and even to the point of murdered by ICE.
Well, okay, there's so much there.
Very much.
Let's deal with the first parts first, okay? You agree that it is not illegal to enter a country without authorization, without documentation, against the will of that country. Is that correct?
I'm saying people, there has to be, of course, some kind of order to have people come here. Yes,
okay,
I don't disagree with that.
So that means that
But
there is legal entry and illegal entry.
But when you get up and you're the president of the United States and you're going to tell us that he's going to change the world here about how people are processed, and he's going to get rid of all the criminals, but he's going after he goes to farms,
one moment.
Goes to
stop for a
construction
second.
sites.
Dan, stop for a second, because Donald Trump in 2024 ran on and was elected for mass deportations, which in 2025 he started
then
to
he
mass
should send millennia back too.
One moment, mass deportations, which he has done with ICE legally, and it is a fact of the Constitution and multiple laws since then that illegal aliens are deported. So we agree. There is a thing such as illegal alien that exists. It is a legal term. It is part of our Constitution. Okay. 2, it is legal for ICE, and it is their purpose to deport these individuals who have no right or purpose to be in our nation. That's also a given. That is a fact. Whether it's liked or not is different. Now, with those 2 things done, let's address the next thing. You're saying that this is, you're alleging that ICE is just randomly killing people?
I'm not saying it. Go to Minnesota and check out the information.
2 people died in Minnesota. Those were both American citizens.
No, there's a whole lot more. In the detention
Who?
centers, just Google it. There's a whole list.
I've looked through, and this is something that I would expect would be covered by, I don't know, CNN, MS Now, the New York Times. But they haven't.
Why would you
provided
have
that.
a platform that says you're going to get rid of the criminals, round up all the criminals who happen to be black and brown people, and then go to the streets and shoot Renee Good and
Okay, you're talking about 2
Alex
different things
Petrie?
here.
No, I'm not.
Well, let me explain why you are. I'm sorry, baby. I just want to address that for a moment because they're 2 different things. Renee Good put herself, injected herself into a legal action by ICE by blockading the road. When she was approached, the number 1 thing she should have done at that moment was obey law enforcement.
It is law enforcement.
She instead decided to use her vehicle, which is a deadly weapon. In any state, it is a deadly weapon. She moved forward with that vehicle at speed. One moment.
Please.
We've all seen the videos. We've all seen it in slow motion. Was he in front of the vehicle? Yes. She shouldn't have been driving it, period. Full stop. Doesn't matter if he was in front of her or not. She shouldn't have been moving. She did move that vehicle forward. It did hit him. That is considered a legal assault, and she died as a consequence of her actions. You may not like that. We can all regret that, but that is what happened. Now, separate, so you're saying that, but you're also alleging at the same time that there are unnamed, uncounted numbers of illegal aliens that are dying, that the left-leaning mainstream news media and also elected officials in the Democratic Party that agree with your position do not name. I have no reason to believe it. Am I wrong, Bebe? One moment. Let's bring Bebe back in.
So people can
Am I
die.
wrong?
So maybe people are dying not because they're caught up by ICE, but because of a heart attack, because of a stroke, because of something else. People could die for multiple reasons, and they're just where they are if they're in detention or whatever. That may be the case, sir.
That might be the case, and in my point of view would be that if you're gathering up people and putting them into detention centers that are very unpleasant, and you're stressed and you do have a heart attack, you're dying by proximate cause.
Not necessarily, no.
And so that leads right back.
No, that's a supposition.
That leads right back. Yes, it is.
You're making an assumption that this person died from a heart attack. I'm giving an example. I'm giving an example here that you're saying, unless I am misunderstanding you, and therefore I want to clarify, illegal alien X died from a heart attack because they had bad health or genetic and family, whatever the reason. And they happened to pass, but at the time they passed, they were under government custody of some form.
Right.
And you're saying, well, it's because the stress of it could have been genetic. It could have been lifestyle. Could have been a lot of things.
It could be a lot of things.
American citizens could be, they died in Rikers Island.
I'm not saying that's not the case. I'm saying that there are documented cases where they show up where people are doing the right thing and they're getting
that's a point
they're getting arrested. Let's look at the system. It's flawed. Yes, we know that. Yes, we do need to have things change, but not in the way it's been unfolding. It's dehumanizing.
Why is it? I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
There's certain components I totally agree with. Yeah. So this is a sweeping new action, right? It is a sweeping new action. You're dealing with millions of people. We haven't even touched the surface, and that's fine. So when you have new actions, you have an implementation of this new policy of deportation, first criminals, and etc. You see the harm coming to humans when there's resistance, when they are not handed over by local governments and they're already in jail cells, they're already criminals in jail cells, that they should be handed over to the right authority.
Oh, there we go. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us back here at No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, and we are in the Bronx. It is still May 10th, and it's currently 6:45, right on the mark. We are back. If you want to see the rest of that, that was most of the event, but that was my community TV special that was taped in Lehman College here in the Bronx at the BronxNet Communications studio at Lehman College. There is one more special that we have on that same theme, the Trump presidency, that will be coming out later this month. That will be focusing with my guests would be Jose Vega and Gonzalo Duran. They're both candidates running for the New York 15th District. If you thought it was explosive, my conversation with Dan Lanzalota, I think you'll find my conversation with Jose Vega even more enlightening on the way that the left dodges, moves the goalposts, and puts in their feelings in place of fact, very much like what we were seeing with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez before we took the break, where she was telling us her feelings about earnings without taking into account any of the facts, any of the reality that takes place. She was telling us how she would act towards other human beings if she were to be a billionaire, without understanding that that's just how she is. Those dark, negative attributes were only her attributes, not the American society. It was very individualized. And I find it very upsetting. And she, again, just like with Dan Lanzalota, she was jumping from subject to subject without any connection, trying to find a way to weave a story to justify her end goal, her end statement, which is pro-socialism, pro-communism. And she's trying, that was her real emphasis. And one of the things we never hear, as when we were looking at Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and what she was saying, one of the things you never hear from these people is, okay, what's the number? You can't, according to AOC, you can't earn $1 billion. How much can you earn? Who gets to decide that for you? Does the government get to decide how much money you get to make? Why does the government get to do that? Does that change with each presidency, with each Congress? Is that a number that you could exceed? What's the punishment? If you earn more than whatever the prescribed number is from AOC and the Democratic Socialists of America, what if you have more money than they like for you to have? What happens to your money? Do they get to take it? Do they get to take your property? Do they take your assets? Do they throw you in jail? Do they put you in a gulag? They don't answer that question. What is that number? And then what happens if you exceed that number? And they aren't treated to the same way. AOC has never donated a single voluntary dollar to the IRS or the federal government in her lifetime. Not one. In fact, she wants you to pay off her student loans. She said this under the Biden-Harris administration. She wants the federal government to pay for her student loans, even though she has a net worth in the millions estimated, and she makes over $200,000 a year federal tax-free, about 3 to 5 times more than the average person in her district, in the New York 14th District. And yet you are expected to pay for her lifestyle, her choices, her becoming a bartender. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But yet these are the things that she expects out of you, and that's very upsetting. I do see that while we were gone, we did get a comment from Shelley, who said if Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez had done well in earning her degree in economics, she wouldn't have been a bartender. Probably. You would think she would have had some kind of job if she was really exceptional. She had really earned her degree and had graduated at the top of her class, then she would have gotten some kind of offer for a job. Instead, she became a bartender, which has nothing to do with economics whatsoever, nothing to do with her degree. And then going into politics also has nothing to do with her degree, as we can see from her statements that make no sense. And it's not like she's been involved in politics and has this great wealth of knowledge. We've all seen her at the Munich Security Conference. She's an idiot. She doesn't know what she's talking about. I've been involved in politics for about as long as she's been alive, longer than she's been an adult. And yet she wants to presume to tell us how we should be living with less life experience, less wisdom, and less success. It's amazing to me. So you can understand, folks, why I was really, really starting to get pissed off. I do see another comment as well, which came from Alabama Barbie. He was mentioning that my puppy, his name is Khan, and he's 15 years old, but he's tiny. He's only like 23 pounds. He's asking, his timing is off. Is he okay? Now, for those who are new to the channel who don't see it often, my puppy, my dog Khan, he's 15 years old. He normally, when I do the Sunday show, usually at about the 2.5 hour mark, that's when he wants to go outside and go for a walk. That's normally when we take the break. So today was much later, and that's because he was asleep. And I think it's because of the weather. It's like about to start to rain here in New York. It's about 70 degrees, but it's about to start raining. And I think the combination of the two has him feeling a little achy. He may have some, a little bit of arthritis in his bones. And so that's what I think was it. But other than that, no, he's feeling fine. He's in good health. Thank you for asking, Alabama Barbie. So we covered that. My God, AOC, she just pissed me off in the first half of this. And she doesn't care. That's maybe the worst part of it, that she does not care. And she even tries to excuse herself. I'm going to jump right back into where we left off. So, oops, wait a minute. Got to fix this. There we go. So here it is. Excuse me. So Paul Graham had said, in reference to that statement from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, that very same video, he makes a comment. Sure, you can earn $1 billion. He's been teaching people how to do it for 20 years. The way you do it is to start a company that grows fast. You don't have to do anything bad to make that company grow fast. You just have to make something people want, which is ideally the way you want to make a business. You have a business that either offers a good or service that other people want. They pay you for it. Your business grows, and you continue to sell to those masses. It's straightforward. This is basic economics 101. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez should understand that. She doesn't want to understand that because that doesn't match her philosophy, her ideology, which is deeply socialist and corrupted. And she says back, someone can certainly make $1 billion. That's not the same thing as earning. She's out of her mind. She's trying to play a semantics game with the definition of the word earn and the definition of make. But she doesn't really understand what the hell she's talking about. But this is how she's trying to get out of it. She's trying to find some wiggle room to make herself look smarter than she actually is. She goes on to say, growing fast and disrupting markets. Again, she's introducing a negative term, disrupting markets. The example that was given to her didn't involve disrupting markets. In fact, he said, you don't have to do anything negative or bad. She's introducing that. Again, this is her mindset. This is the way she feels. That has nothing to do with reality or how other individuals will act. This is all AOC. for those who are considering voting for her for any reason whatsoever, for the New York 14th district to put her back in Congress, to vote for her as a senator, or to vote for her as a presidential candidate, I want you to understand, look at the negativity, look at the evil underlying what she is saying, that she is projecting onto others to avoid revealing it about herself, or she thinks to avoid revealing it about herself. She is telling you that she is bad news, that she is definitely, it's not just the crazy eyes, she's just a crazy woman. She goes on to say, growing fast and disrupting markets also often means chasing and wielding market power, political influence, and scale. It can mean those things, but you can also do something completely above board and do so as well. Or you can avoid having political power. You can avoid those things as well. Again, she's taking the most negative aspect that she possibly can to try and present it there to justify her personal feelings, her personal political affiliation. And that's sad that she only seems to be, and again, she said that when that clip I showed you from the direct interview, where she says, well, it's about negativity, people doing negative things, looking down on others. That is AOC. That's in her comment here. Now that you've seen the entire clip in full context, you can see she is looking at others and placing them lower than herself, that she is stepping on others. And that's reflected in her comment here. So I just took one aspect of that comment and I just responded to, what is the definition of earn? What is the definition of make? Rich get profit for creating businesses and thus jobs via investment and or management and or innovation. They make and therefore they earn. AOC has never made something and therefore she has never earned anything by the definition of the words and by the definition that she presents herself. AOC is a bad candidate. She is a bad person based on what she is saying and what we can divine from that. She is a bad person and she is a bad political candidate. She's just bad news. That's what I get from that. Others may have a different feeling. I'm happy to hear what you guys have to think about that. We're going to be wrapping up soon. There's a little bit more to the show, but by the way, I thank everyone who's leaving a comment and anyone who's watching right now. If you want to leave a comment, please do. If you want to do a super chat or a rumble rant, I appreciate it. And I thank you for that. You can also go to my Patreon. It's only $1.50 per month. That's it. There isn't a multiple tiers. It's $1.50 per month. It's cheaper than any subscription you could have to almost anything. Thus, it is affordable even in difficult economic times. Or you can do a lump sum payment one time on PayPal if you so choose. That's not required. The one thing, though, no matter what, even if you do nothing else, we can only ask you to like, share, and subscribe. That's it. That's all I really ask you for. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers, not looking to replace Ben Shapiro or Louder with Crowder or Tim Pool. I'm not trying to replace anybody, just trying to grow the audience around the world to let more people hear the facts and the understanding of the consequences of these facts. How did we get here and where are we going next based on the events that are happening around us and the politicians that are shaping our world? That's why I think is most important. And if you find this interesting, educational, entertaining, whatever the word is, then please like and most of all, subscribe. We really would appreciate that. All right, let me move forward. So I didn't get to, I want to move forward. We are in, and we are quickly coming upon the summer primaries. We're going to be talking about the 2026 midterm elections. And we know there is shifts that are happening right now. I believe And I'm willing to predict that at the end of the day, after all the changes that may be happening in Tennessee and Louisiana, the attempts which will fail in Virginia, which have already failed and will continue to fail in Virginia, we could see some action in South Carolina, California. When it's all said and done, we're looking at, for 2026, about a change of about 5 congressional seats. 5, that's it. Not 50, not 100, not, I know some people are saying it'll be as much as 20 new seats for Republicans. No. Overall, net, at this moment for this midterm election, there'll probably be about 5 extra Republican seats. That doesn't mean that will be 5 extra Republicans. That one does not guarantee the other. And I believe that at this moment, as I may have mentioned earlier in the show, you're probably looking at about 3 Republican seats, which will tip the balance. And you're looking at Republicans having about 221 seats in the House versus the Democrats. And that's 3 more than necessary to control the House. That's what I believe. I do not see a change in the Senate. You're going to see 51 Republicans versus 49 Democrats. I don't think that's going to change. Now, what did the prediction markets say? Because they don't seem to agree with me, although they're getting closer to my point of view. At this moment, if you were to go to predict it, you'll see that Democrats are the leading bet at this moment, about 79%. Actually went down. Went down earlier today. It was at 79% chance of Democrats winning the midterm elections and taking control of the House. It's now down to 72%. I believe that number is going to continue to go down and down as we go through the summer, as we see the changes through the South and the seat changes, the redistricting and gerrymandering. We're going to see that change it, as well as if Donald Trump is successful in getting the Strait of Hormuz open and or a ceasefire with Iran, not even talking about a peace, but just a ceasefire with Iran and opening the Strait of Hormuz, I think you will see that Donald Trump will be much more popular. I think that you'll see Democrats will be incredibly embarrassed because they were incapable of controlling Iran, reducing the amount of terror in the world, that they were betting against the United States in support of Iran at every step and every turn that they could, damaging Donald Trump. If we also get to see that Putin will take heed of President Trump and will start the peace process honestly and genuinely, like he did a year ago in 2025 before Democrats sabotaged it, then I think you'll see an even bigger boost for MAGA Republicans and Donald Trump going into the midterm elections. I think that is possible. Again, I continue to say that if American troops go and they invade Iran, and or that we see 1,000 U.S. troops dead in this conflict with Iran, then all bets are off. Democrats will win, and they'll win by probably closer to 10 seats as opposed to losing by 3 at this moment. But that's still a lot of things that are up in the air. And again, prediction markets do not agree with me at this moment. But remember, whenever I come to you guys and I tell you, I look at the aggregate of the consensus. So not just one poll, not just one chart, but what are all of them saying overall, and also look at the trend. The trend is not for Democrats gaining more strength and separating themselves. You're seeing these lines start to converge. You're seeing people lose faith in the Democrats day by day as we see Iran, the economy, tariffs, all of that, everything that has been said by Democrats against everyone else is not coming true, that the Republican values and Donald Trump have withstood all of the storms that the Democrats have tried to create. And I think you will see that continue as we go forward. But, here is yet another estimate for you guys to look at. This is Race to 270, the Race to 270. And they believe, and I think this is also a very Democratic organization, they're currently projecting that the Democrats will win 233 seats. No one except them are saying that Democrats are going to win that big. There is no consensus. This is an outlier point of view, but it is a view that's out there. And the further you go to the left, like this organization, Race to 270, the further leftist you are, the more extreme your delusion is. It's kind of like AOC. She's delusional, but she believes it because in her echo chamber, it's true. The DSA supporters, the sycophants, they just reinforce and tell her, no, she's the greatest thing ever and that she's absolutely correct. Hanging out with the Bernie crowd of socialists tell her that she's correct. She doesn't hear the reality of the rest of America or the rest of the world. She thinks she's doing fantastic. Same thing with this poll. And again, any one poll tells you nothing, but this one is so extreme. I wanted to show it to you because that's the way that's the viewpoint of the extremist left. They believe that every seat that is available, every seat is going to go to the Democrats. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely, abjectly ridiculous. But that is a point of view that is out there right now. I'll show you yet another. This is from 270 to Win, a different organization. And you can see they have a very different map. But the most important part of their map, as you can see here, and I'll increase the size of it. So what you see from their map is they're looking at what is more the consensus that we've seen from most polls out there, that currently there are 212 Democrat seats, 218 that are Republican, 5 that are in limbo, tossed up. But the consensus, the forecast is that Democrats are pretty much guaranteed to have 207 seats, pretty much guaranteed. And there's another 209 seats that are pretty much guaranteed to be a Republican at this moment. I personally would say the guarantee on the Republican side is closer to 202 for Republicans and about 207, 210 for Democrats. That's realistically where the seats are. 202 guaranteed for Republicans, 210 guaranteed for Democrats. The rest are up for grabs, and that's the 19 they see that are up for grabs here. According to prediction markets and their interactive map, we're not sure how that's going to turn out. I do not believe it's going to be a 230 swing for Democrats. It's just not realistic. And part of the reason why it's not realistic is because we get to hear people like this. This is one of the other stories out there. Earlier, we were talking about Ilhan Omar and her income and how her income fluctuations have been basically buried. You're supposed to forget about that since she isn't getting a IRS audit like she should be. And she's not getting an ethics complaint from Congress like she should be, like you and I would be. Instead, it's being buried to protect the Democrats and, more importantly, to protect Minnesota and Ilhan Omar. So they buried that story. Well, this is another story that is getting buried, and they hope, the news media is hoping that you will gloss over it, that you will not speak about it. The mainstream news media, 85% controlled by the left, do not want to talk on this. They have basically thrown this story away, and you're never supposed to remember it. But I'm going to show it to you so that you will know the truth of this, so that you will know what is the reality?
Similar to what we...
Now, what you're going to hear, these are the words of Washington State Representative Pramalia Jayapal. And this is what she has to say about her recent trip to Cuba. You may ask the question, why was she in Cuba? I don't know. Washington State doesn't do business with Cuba. So there's no reason for her to be there. Her constituency are not Cubans. If you were in Miami, then I'd say, well, maybe she has a big Cuban constituency and therefore might make some kind of sense to go to Cuba. She doesn't. She's from Washington State. Washington State is not heavily a large and heavy Cuban presence there. There is no legitimate justification other than Ms. Jayapal is a socialist. She's a progressive. And so she would go to Cuba, much like Hassan Piker, because she supports the socialist government of Cuba, regardless of the human rights violations and the many, many problems with Cuba. She went there anyway to support the Cuban government, which is contravening and in opposition of the United States position about Cuba since the day I was born. Before Jayapal was alive, the United States has had a problem with Cuba, but she went there anyway. So this is her words, her conversation about her trip. So let's listen to this. I think it's eye-opening.
In January, Trump issued an executive order threatening tariffs on any country supplying fuel to Cuba.
There was a reason for that. It wasn't that he was just threatening countries. There are sanctions that have been in place for decades under Democrats and Republicans on Cuba. So this isn't something that Trump just suddenly came out of the blue with. This is something that's been pre-existing. But let's go on.
This January, just a few months ago, and oil shipments from Venezuela, that's where Cuba had been getting its oil.
In those Venezuelan shipments of oil to Cuba were in violation of sanctions that existed internationally. And that was because of Maduro, who was a socialist and a dictator and killed his own people. Well, he was sending oil to Cuba because Cuba cannot survive on its own. It needs a sponsor. It needs someone else to support it because socialism does not work by itself. You must have some outside source of cash flow, of income, of resources to keep the socialism going. Same thing with communism. It's not self-sufficient. It will not continue on its own. And Cuba is the example of that. And so breaking international sanctions, Venezuela, a criminal under the criminal Maduro, was sending oil to Cuba. When America apprehended Maduro because he had on his own, he had several warrants out for his arrest internationally amongst 60 different countries. When we took possession of him as a criminal, well, the Venezuelan government changed and they cut off Cuba, rightly so. You may not like that. It is legal, it was correct, and it was done. So the reason why isn't just because Donald Trump is being capricious. There is legal precedent on everything that he did. And there are other consequences that Jayapal is not mentioning at this moment. But let's go on.
Were halted after the U.S. operations to kidnap Nicolas Maduro.
We did not kidnap Nicolas Maduro. We did take him into custody based on the warrants for his arrest. He had to stand trial in the United States, and there are other countries as well. So he was brought to justice. He wasn't kidnapped. There is a difference.
Since January, only one Russian tanker of oil has made it to Cuba.
And that's because the United States allowed that tanker to go in based on humanitarian aid. By the way, Russia was not the only country that could have given, and is not the only country that has tried to help with humanitarian aid, including the United States has sent humanitarian aid oil shipments because of the insanity of the Cuban government. Remember, it was not long ago, it was only about 2-3 weeks ago, that Hassan Piker took a luxury trip to Cuba to celebrate socialism. The entire city, Havana, was blacked out, except for Hassan Piker's hotel. That was lit up with all the fuel that could have been supporting the rest of the city. The rest of the people were sitting in total darkness while Hassan Piker and his Code Pink and a few other progressive allies were in the hotel having parties, sipping on champagne. There's video evidence of this. It was well covered at the time. So, yeah, the government of Cuba is more than happy to promote politics than take care of the people. So how they're managing their oil, not exactly the most efficient or effective, but going on.
In fact, it landed just a couple of days before I landed. And one tanker has enough oil basically for 10 to 14 days of Cuba's oil needs.
Assuming that they're using it efficiently, effectively, which I don't trust that is accurate, but we know that they're not using it effectively and efficiently, because they were more than happy to use Hassan Piker, giving him as much energy and as much luxury as he wanted so that he could go on to his Twitch audience, millions that they may be, and to try and say that socialism is really great and living up the life, not letting those very same Twitch live streamers to see the rest of the city that was completely blacked out and had no luxury whatsoever. They, in fact, were in the Stone Ages because they had nothing, while Hassan was using and abusing everything. But going on.
So it's a very limited amount of time. Now, Russia has said they're going to send another tanker. I was in conversations with the ambassadors from Mexico and some other places, and I know other countries in Latin America are trying to figure out.
She was in conversations with the Mexican ambassador and other Latin American countries. What the hell is wrong with this woman? Now, a lot of people may not understand why that statement, that very simple statement that she's just gone right past, this is just a matter of fact to her. She just was talking to ambassadors and other Latin American dignitaries about international geopolitics, about how to get aid for Cuba and to circumvent United States sanctions, aiding and abetting an enemy of the United States. She just thought that was real casual, not a big deal. She's just telling the public this. That is, at the very least, that is a violation of what's called the Logan Act. And that is a crime. It is a crime against America. And it prevents, to give you an idea, you and I cannot go to a foreign country and make U.S. policy. You can't do it. You can't show up just because, even if you were a member of Congress, you can't just show up in Pakistan. You can't just show up in Pakistan and say, I want to be part of the negotiation between the United States and Iran. They won't let you in. You could be a senator. You can be Dick Durbin. You could be Nancy Pelosi. You're not going to be allowed into the room. They won't have the conversation with you. You have no authority to speak on behalf of the United States. If the president sends you, like Steve Wyckoff is being sent by the president specifically for those negotiations, he has the authority to speak on behalf of the United States. You just showing up, you don't have that authority. There is no difference between going to a peace negotiation, a ceasefire negotiation with Iran, and talking with members of foreign governments in Cuba about trying to get aid and comfort to the Cuban government while the United States is maintaining sanctions against that government. That is a violation of the Logan Act that Representative Jayapal just admitted to. She should be going to jail. She should be arrested. She should lose her seat in Congress, and she should be going to a trial pending. And based on her admission, that seems to be enough proof to throw her into jail. This is a crime, a big deal. In addition to that, it can be seen and very likely proven based on her statement that she is working to benefit, to aid and provide benefit to an enemy of the United States, that she is a traitor and she is committing treason. Now, you may say, well, Mike, I think it's great. It's humanitarian aid. She can do that. That doesn't mean it's not a crime. It doesn't mean she has the authority to do that. That's just a fact. Now, you may say, but Mike, what about Hassan Piker? He was there. He was there at the request of the Cuban government. That's true. But he was there as a civilian. He was there to observe. Hassan Piker had no ability to make any deal on behalf of the United States with any other country. Jayapal said she did, that she was working as a congresswoman in Cuba to make deals on geopolitics. Hassan Piker said he was going to show people how great socialism was. He lied. He's an absolute liar. It's disgusting the way that he lied and didn't let people know that the entire city had been blacked out just so he could have a party so that he could sip on champagne while those people were trying to keep their food from spoiling in their refrigerators because they had no electricity. That's a different kind of lie. But he wasn't trying to make geopolitical or agreements and using the name of the United States, representing himself as a authority figure of the government. Representative Jayapal did. That is the difference. That is treason and a traitorous action, as well as a violation of the Logan Act. She should be arrested. She should go to trial. And if these charges, as she is admitting herself, there is no duress. She did not have to make these comments. She chose to have a press conference. She chose to make these statements. She's reading off of her speech. She's talking about her experience. No one is forcing her to do so. She, by her own words, I believe, should be convicted, and she should be going to jail. She should not be in Congress any longer. You can be, I don't care how much of a socialist you want to be. I don't care if you're part of the DSA and part of the progressive movement. These are crimes, documented by definition crimes, and she should be held accountable. And the media they are so aware that there is no leg to stand on this, that by any standard to anyone else, if any Republican tried to do what she just did, they would be going to jail. Under any other president, they would go to jail. But they're trying to cover this up as hard as they can because this is the 2026 midterm elections. And if you see that progressives and Democrats are out there trying to make deals against the best interest of the United States, well, they might not get as many votes. If you knew that Representative Jayapal is more concerned about Cuba than her American citizen constituents in Washington state, then she might not get all the votes she would get normally. Some Americans would take some offense that she is willing to put every other country above her own country, to put other people above her obligation to serve her people. She was voted into Congress. She took the oath of Congress to serve her constituents. Her constituents don't live in Cuba. It's just that simple. So she has violated her oath of office. She has violated geopolitics of the United States. She has violated crimes, actual defined crimes. She is, by definition, criminal, and she should be in jail. And the news media should be reporting this, not because they want Republicans to win, not because they think it's good for the mainstream establishment Democrats, but because that is what happened. Those are the facts by her own name, by her own word. It has nothing to do with anyone else. That's not I didn't make those words. She did. The laws exist. And I have shown them in a previous video earlier this week. You can look that up. I have links to the Logan Act, to treason, as defined by the Cornell Law School. So it's not even my definition. I'm not saying this is what I think. That's it. Now, yeah, I know. All right, and I've got a comment here. So I think that's important, and I think it's very important for people to know this is what we're getting from the Democratic Socialists, in particular, Representative Pramalia Jayapal. All right, I have a comment here, folks. Real quick. Oop, there it goes. And this is from Hal. And Hal says, do you ever watch your program back? Sometimes. Yes, I do. Often I will go back and look for various things like statements that have been made, speeches that I have given, quotes or predictions that I have made. I will go back and I will watch various episodes for that. Also for editing purposes, to go in and to match up to the algorithms of YouTube and other channels and platforms. I do that as well. So yeah, I do go back and watch my other programs from time to time. Why? I hope that answers your question, Hal, but I don't understand why. Is there a question about something I did in the past? I think I'm pretty consistent. Is there an inconsistency that you see? I'm happy to hear it. Did I say that helping Cuba at the time of sanctions is not a crime? Because it is. Did I say that? I don't understand. What's the question there? So I'm looking forward to hearing your comment on that. But yeah, I watch my own programs. I will check on my predictions. I do that often. So we'll see. And again, my prediction is at this moment, Republicans will win the House, the midterm elections, by 3 seats. That's where I stand. If that's what you're asking about, yeah, I stand by that. I absolutely believe that. And that Republicans will maintain the Senate by 51 seats. That's my prediction. Okay, here we go. We got a follow-up. So Hal says, I think it would help grow your channel for you to watch and see where you can clean things up, where you went too long, etc. Well, it's kind of hard. One, I appreciate the critique. I do thank you for that, Hal. I do appreciate, and I understand where the critique is coming from, and I hope other people do as well. And I'm always open to hearing critique. Part of the problem isn't the presentation so much. This is all unscripted. A lot of people, well, I think if you watch the program, most people will understand within 15 minutes, this is unscripted. This is just my knowledge and the facts, and also presenting credible sources to the public. So it's hard to say that once I'm explaining a situation, trying to explain details about it, sometimes that just takes time. And since it isn't scripted, it's me telling you that off the fly. So that can be very difficult sometimes. But that is one aspect of it. And that's every week, new subjects, new issues, new things to talk about. So it can sometimes I go a little long on stories or explanations of things. I understand that. So what sometimes helps is just if you think I'm explaining something too much, or I've been too clear, or I've redundant for some reason, let me know. Leave a comment and say, Mike, I get it. You've explained it. It's clear now. Okay, I'll move on. Or, I get a comment and it says, okay, I have some, based on that, there's a different question. Let's go into a different aspect of that. That's fine. I'm willing to do that. But it's very difficult on the fly when I'm trying to cover so much information without a script. And I think that's one of the best things is to speak to you without a script. This isn't scripted. This isn't practiced. This isn't something that I've cleaned up to try and make it sell the best that I can. I'm just trying to inform you honestly and from the heart with here are the facts and here's what I understand of that, what my conclusions are. And no one does that anymore. No one just has that conversation with you. It's kind of like when you talk with a friend and you can be talking about your favorite anime, your favorite movie, your favorite book. And maybe there's a quote in there that you think is really great. And you and your friend can talk about that for like 2 hours, just one quote and what it meant to you. What did the scene, just one scene, what did that mean to you? Sometimes that takes a lot of time. Sometimes it's a little redundant, repetitive. But that is, it comes to you, what I present every week is always meant with the best intention possible to inform, to give you a different point of view. This isn't just parroting bullet points from anyone, left or right or anywhere else, but to give you an honest opinion and an honest understanding of the situation. You may disagree with it. You may not like it. You may love it. That's up to you. And you may want to find out more. And that's why I provide the links after the show so that you can see it for yourself. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, I want you as an adult, as an American citizen, to make your own choices, to be able to, regardless of what's being said by the talking heads, either on YouTube or social media or the internet, to blow past all that and get the information that you want on the subjects you find important and to make the most educated decision in the ballot box when you go to vote that you can. Which is why I so rarely say you should vote for X or Y. I really don't. I think I've endorsed 2 or 3 candidates in my life, like publicly endorsed. I've mentioned who I support, but I've also said, hey, I love people to vote for Claudia Tenney and Larry Sharpe. And I think those are the only 2 people, if I remember correctly, those are the only candidates that I recommended people to vote for, that I literally on this channel said, you should vote for those 2 people. I don't think I've said that about any other candidate, including Donald Trump. I didn't tell people to vote for Donald Trump. I told people I was going to vote for him. I didn't tell anyone else that they should. I've endorsed and I recommend Larry Sharpe and Claudia Tenney. So there is that. Again, I try to be genuine and I try to provide something that no other media source is willing to do, to speak unscripted on the facts, on the details, to present you the best information I possibly can, the best consequences that I can, so that you can then make the best decision for yourself, whatever that may be.
He has to go outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now we did get through everything today. So I'm glad we were able to get through everything. Not bad, in 5 hours. I thank everyone. If you've been here throughout the entire show, please like, share, And most of all, please subscribe. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers. That is the goal. In about 2 weeks, we will have the third Trump special that will be done. That will be, again, with Jose Vega and Gonzalo Duran. That'll be coming up shortly. I will be taping another entirely different, a special for community TV that'll be coming out probably in June on the midterm elections. We're finalizing it's very hard to get Democrats to show up, amazingly. But I'm trying to finalize that guest, and I'll be announcing that soon. Please consider joining my Patreon. And happy Mother's Day. Happy Mother's Day. I hope your mom, to all your moms, I hope if they're living that they are having a wonderful day. If they have passed, I hope that that you have fond memories of them that you can enjoy today. To my mother, Mom, I love you. And I hope you've had a great day with my sisters and shopping and hanging out. And I want the very best for you. Okay, everyone, I'm going to take off. I want you to have a great day. Thank you once again. I appreciate each and every one of you. I look forward to your comments in the description after the show. Take care.